Pulled away. Has he pulled it straight to the man in the deep? Oh! Does he do the second? No, he slips over. Oh dear. Well, he's heaved that away. Patel's got no chance this time. And that's gone all the way for 6.
50 for Colin de Grandhomme on debut for Lancashire. Good solid rearguard performance so far from him. Pulled away and in the gap between deep fine leg and deep backward square, and 4 more.
Another short ball put away by Colin de Grandhomme. It's a good shot again.
Alluding to his qualities. Big shout, gone. Yeah, just hit in front, and Williams has to go. Played very nicely last evening and this morning, but he's gone now.
Yeah, looked at his bat as well. But if it hasn't hit his bat, it's absolutely smashing all 3 out.
That's out. So it's taken Worrell just a couple of deliveries to get through Parkinson's defence, and Lancashire all out for 291. So short of the follow-on and short of the extra bonus point.
That's well played. Nicely kept down. Just guided almost, really.
Shot from Sibley. There was enough width on offer, and he's punched that through extra cover for 4.
Looks out, is out. Yeah, looks a really good shout. Gun barrel straight. Sibley trying to play around the ball, maybe kept a little bit low.
Down the pitch and into the vacant area over long on. It's plugged and gone, skipped over the fence for 4.
Wow, that's a pretty good shot. Exciting for everyone.
Top edge. Fielder comes round and takes an absolutely spectacular catch. And he's lost his stride. Pull your pants up, man.
The outside here at Old Trafford. Bowled him. Absolutely done all ends up there, Patel.
.50 for Rory Burns. His 50 comes up in 92 balls. Surrey are 119 for 3.
Up in the air. This time taken. Burns doesn't wait for the decision, prods the pitch, walks off. Surrey captain has been dismissed. Surrey now 3 down. Their lead is 285.
Hammered away. It's an area of strength for folks. Yes, it was aerial, but no chance for either bowler or mid-off to cut it off. And that could well be 4 more, and is.
Oh, he's out. Can you believe?
Hacked into the open space and all the way. Now the sweep is played nicely. Will it split the 2? It does. And a 14th first-class century comes the way of Ben Folkes. He has played quite beautifully in this second innings and in the first. It is time for Rory Burns to wave both Folkes and Clark towards the dressing room and to allow Lancashire to try and survive 11 overs this evening.
Lovely stroke. Plays aggressively, does Luke Wells, and he's picked up his first boundary there.
Never any danger. Always going down. Soft hands from Wells. 4 runs. Jennings manages to deal with it comfortably in the end. And day 3 comes to a close. A very warm... A very warm welcome to Old Trafford on this final day of the County Championship opener between Lancashire and the champions Surrey. Let's take a look at the match situation as it stands. Lancashire 407 runs ahead and Surrey need 10 wickets to win. That after they declared on 292 for 6, a scintillating Ben Folkes 100. Lancashire closing on 37 without loss. It's fresh out here, but it could raise as high as 17 degrees, and Lancashire's and England's Kate Cross alongside me. Well, what are we going to see from this final day? Are we going to see a Bazball style chase from Lancashire?
Well, I think all the cricket fans out there hope so, but you just don't know, do you? Obviously, you've got to take these games a session at a time. Can see Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings get ready to come out and start again. They batted really well last night for those 10 overs, but yeah, I think it hopefully will be a very interesting day.
Yeah, pitch looks good. There's a little bit of rough around about the left-handers off stump. Cameron Steele might come into play, but really you'd think it's about Surrey's three-pronged pace attack. Yeah,
they absolutely were outstanding in that first innings for Surrey. Sean Abbott in particular led that attack, I thought. He just seems to come on and be that impact bowler, doesn't he? He finds ways of taking wickets on what was quite a placid pitch at that time. We saw Matt Parkinson get a little bit of turn from that rough area outside the left-handers off stump, so Cameron Steele might be eyeing that up as well.
Obviously Surrey have two bites of the cherry as well. They've still got a ball that is relatively new. They might have an opportunity later on down the line with a second new ball as well. So there's a variety of different scenarios. Well, is Lancashire's attitude today, let's bat session by session and see where we are at lunch, see where we are at tea?
I think if you'd have asked me that a year ago, I would have said absolutely. But now we've seen how Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes are playing the cricket, and for these lads to get into that team, that's how they're going to have to play and attack the game. So knowing these two, though, I think they'll just want to have a really solid start, make sure they get Lancashire to lunch with relatively no wickets lost. But yeah, like I said, hopefully we've got a good game ahead of us.
Yeah, very much so. Well, we're really looking forward, and both sides obviously wanting to make a statement in this early part of the season. This was the final game of the championship season last year, and they're opening it up today. Surrey champions, Lancashire were second. Right then, players are out in the middle. We're almost ready to get underway. Let's hand upstairs there, and Dominic Cork is with Paul Allott.
Thanks a lot, Charles. Kate, yeah, we're all set. Day 4 of this first LV County Championship game between Surrey, who require 10 wickets to get their campaign off to a win. Lancashire need 407. All set, Dan Worrell with ball in hand. A little bit chillier today with the easterly breeze that is coming across Old Trafford this morning. Yesterday, Surrey declared 292 for 6 and set Lancashire 444. They need 407. That is that breeze. Chilly breeze is supposed to get a little bit warmer as the day goes on. Nice start. So, good morning to Paul Allott.
Hi, Dom. Yeah, all results possible. Some are more probable than others, of course. Surrey will be hoping for 10 wickets. Lancashire will be hoping, firstly, to survive the day, but then they will assess at lunch and probably halfway through the afternoon session, and then at tea, just to see where they are. They can bob along at 3.5 and over in the early part of the day and not lose wickets. Who knows what might happen?
Take you back to this mini card and what's happened so far in the game. Remember, Lancashire won the toss, decided to bowl first. Surrey got 442. Cameron Steele with a big 100, 141 not out. Lancashire were bowled out for 291 in their first innings. Sean Abbott with a brilliant 5 for 50 on a flat surface, bowled brilliantly throughout. Surrey in reply then in their second innings, 292 for 6. 14th first class century for Ben Folkes, 103 not out, 5 wickets for Matt Parkinson, 5 for 120. In an excellent surface here at Old Trafford. With all the rain that was around in March, ground staff have worked so hard to get this surface as good as they have done. Not sure anything will change on day 4, Paul. I think it will just be flat.
Yeah, it looks a typical Old Trafford slab to me. I was out there with Simon Hinks, who's the match referee for this match. He thought that the pitch might have just had a slight hint of over-preparation, lack of moisture in it, which is understandable this time of year when we've had such a wet March. Plenty of covering on the pitch.
Nice shot. Not a lot of pace in the surface. 2 tall left-handers, both Wells and Keaton Jennings. Try and get on top of the bounce.
I'm a little surprised Abbott didn't open the bowling last evening, actually, and there was even a delay in him coming into the attack on day 3. Got a wicket with his first ball. Was the pick of the bowlers, has been the pick of the bowlers or the seam bowlers in this match. It's 38 without loss, 1 over gone today. Here Abbott 5 for 50 in the first innings. I'm going to see Kemar Roach or Dan Worrell. It's going to be Dan Worrell, I think, by the looks of things. Bowling from the Brian Statham end. With a little bit of breeze over his right shoulder, so the wind's changed round completely. 180 degrees from when we started play on Thursday. It was a cool northwesterly, it's now a cool southeasterly. They say the temperature's going to get up to 17, it's about 7 out there at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's getting up to 17 here. I think for a little bit more south, more London area, maybe get up to 17, not here. 2 slips in place then. Mid wicket that's going to be close catcher. And a man on the hook as well. Nice shot. Little bit of a misfield from Rory Burns. Will just be pulled back. Jordan Clark just pulls that back.
Good shot, straight down the ground. Burns diving over the top of it. Good stop. Good recovery.
First time in the match that Worrell was bowled from the Brian Statham end. Talk about that breeze, and it has just changed throughout the game. Day 1 it was coming from the northwest region, now it's turned to an easterly, which is quite cool. It'll just help him maybe just to swing the ball back into the 2 left-handers that are opening for Lancashire. only result at the moment? Is that the only result in the county championship? No one else has won. Who's Surrey? Lancashire play Essex, don't they? Good start from Worrell, just attacking the stumps. Good, nice line in length.
Yeah, this surface demands hard work from the bowlers and perseverance. We've seen that generally all through the previous 3 days of the game. I think one thing that Lancashire will be resolute about is not to give wickets away like they did in the first innings. Gifted wickets all the way through the innings.
Well, I'd just love to see Lancashire get themselves in a position to maybe chase this down. Look, it's going to be a huge ask. But as a side, if you can be 1 wicket down at lunch, it's a position. Whether they then go on and get it or they actually attempt to get it, we'd have to wait and see. But at the moment, Surrey hold all the cards. Need 10 wickets. We'll have to work really hard on this surface to bowl Lancashire out. And Lancashire just going to have to be patient.
Change in the field. There's not much gone through or towards the slips or the keeper, so there's no first slip now. There's a short extra cover.
End of the over. 40 without loss. Only 1 result at the moment in the LV County Championship Division 1. Nottinghamshire, who won the toss and batted first in that game, 185 all out. Mohammed Abbas 6 of 49. In reply, Hampshire 231. Fletcher Middleton, Tony Middleton's son, with 59. And in reply, Nottinghamshire were bowled out 177. Kyle Abbott with 4 for 39. And then Hampshire knocked those off again. 250s in the game for Tony Middleton's son, Fletcher Middleton. And Hampshire won that game by 8 wickets.
Tony Middleton's son. Yeah.
Good start for Hampshire in that in the county championship. Surrey then, they'll take on Surrey in the second round. Third last year.
Yeah, Lancashire pipped Hampshire for second place in the end. Lancashire beat Surrey in the last game of the year. Surrey were already champions. Lancashire won convincingly here in the last game of the season, but mitigating circumstances probably for Surrey. They were celebrating all the way through the week. So Surrey topped by 25 points. Lancashire pipping Hampshire by a point, but having only won 7 out of their 14 games. Hampshire having won 9, more than Surrey.
One of quite a few Australians that are over pre-Ashes. Sean Abbott, 5 for 50 in the first innings of his 20 overs. The pick of Surrey's bowlers. trying to force his way into that Australian squad. Maybe has lost a little bit of pace when he first burst onto the scene, but he's a good bowler. Not played Test cricket yet. Oh, this doesn't really bounce. And folks can't clear it up because it just rolls to him.
Well, this will be one of Lancashire's main worries, that the pitch is dead. And that's a classic example of no bounce. It's pitched just short of a good length and gone under the bat of Keaton Jennings in a forward little push. So what you've got to do as a bowler is make sure you bowl those straight. Don't waste the sostenuta. There was a bowler I bowled with in New Zealand when I played for Wellington, who insisted he could bowl the shooter at will. He used to hold it cross seam, skid it off the leather. He couldn't, but he thought he could. He used to call it the sostenuta.
Another good over from Surrey and Sean Abbott, 41 without loss. Five wickets in the first innings for Sean Abbott. Luke Wells, good catch by Pope. Stephen Croft, who hooked it straight to Kemar Roach at fine leg. And George Bell, good catch by Folkes. Sharp catch.
3 examples of gifting wickets there. And another one here, 4. And Will Williams, number 10, trapped in front. Good bowling though from Abbott. He was very consistent, very economical, and profited from that good bowling by inducing 1 or 2 poor shots from the Lancashire batsmen.
Yeah, 5 maidens as well in that 20 overs for Sean Abbott. A change of field again. We've seen that this throughout the game, where captains have tinkered with leg slips and leg side theories.
Well, in a way, Lancashire will be heartened by this, because there's no real convention to the field settings at the moment. Surrey feeling they have to experiment a little with extra cover and mid-wicket in close, almost on the catch. Fine leg slip. There's a fielder at sort of second, 2.5 slip as well.
Must pitch outside leg and height as well.
Stand by and over break before we end the over, please.
Got a few options. Rory Burns, bowling wise. Kemar Roach, he could turn to international West Indian. Jordan Clark. Cameron Steele with his leg spin. Saw 1 over of Dom Sibley yesterday.
That was enough.
Nice quick single. Better fielding from the Surrey captain.
Yeah, it was bizarre, that over from Sibley. It was the first over of the morning, wasn't it? Anyway, I'm sure Rory Burns knows why he did it. You never know. Sibley might come on and bowl a couple more this afternoon. Break a partnership, do something like that.
Well, he nearly got a wicket, didn't he?
Well, he did. Yeah, so that'll be the justification from Burns. But there was a pile of dross in amongst it.
I've seen many of them in this game, bouncers. Field is set for it. .42 without loss. Third over for Sean Abbott. David Milnes and Neil Mallender are the two on-field umpires. David Milnes, formerly of Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire, quick bowler. Oh, is there a little edge? No.
It was more in hope than expectation, that appeal. Jennings looking to get down the pitch, just walking down. I'm not sure quite what the intent is, because he's not playing shots when he's coming down, not attacking.
Charles Dagnall, who's part of the commentary today, is looking at the state of club cricket. It was good to get to a local ground near you, Paul Allott, last night. Alderley Edge Cricket Club, lovely place.
Yeah, no cricket on at the moment. Don't start till a fortnight. I think there's a practice game next week. The cricket around North Cheshire, East Cheshire's in a pretty good state. Cheshire County League is the Premier League around here, only about 10 miles south of Old Trafford. So league cricket in Cheshire is in a healthy state. It's when you get down the first teams are fine. It's when you get down the teams that it tends to be a little bit of a struggle, I think, getting sides out. Second, third, fourth teams.
Yeah, that's what I enjoyed really. How I got into cricket was coming through the North Staffordshire and South Cheshire League, and the atmosphere around the club at the time. I played for Betley Cricket Club. That's where I first started. We played against the likes of Nantwich now, who have joined that Cheshire League. And then what I enjoyed was just the weekends there and the atmosphere, the social side of it. Maybe slightly different to certain clubs. They don't have that social side as much as they used to, but it was great weekends. Maiden over from Sean Abbott, 42 without loss.
Where's that?
Harden members, breezy day on day one. At least the sun's out at the moment. Has been good to see that the kids who are off at the moment, literally off. Clipped away, beautiful shot by Luke Wells, and flies it all the way for a 6. It's a good piece of timing.
Well, it's very much the attacking half of this partnership is Luke Wells, picked up beautifully off his legs, flicked away over square leg. Short boundaries here at Old Trafford, that'll possibly benefit Lancashire if they get into any position to mount a challenge. They need under 400 now, that's the first target. Heck of a lot of runs though. 396 more.
Well, that one just went away. Just whether it was a little off cut or maybe just seamed.
Well, you're not going to get much today, are you, in the way of seam? We've seen no swing either this morning. The threat will probably come from Steele with his leg spin, bowling into the bowler's follow-throughs. More of that outside the left-handers off stump than anywhere else. There's only one more left-hander after these two in the Lancashire lineup. That's Luke Wood. Change of attack round the wicket from Worrell. Not a bad idea against the two left-handers. As I said, there's a bit of bowlers follow through rough all the way down the line, well outside off stump, but you may be able to get it into play if you're bowling round the wicket. More so obviously with the leg spin than with the seamers, whose length's a little bit shorter.
Full delivery. Got to just try everything as a seam bowler on these flat wickets. Try and hit the surface as hard as you can.
It's got a sort of bit of spice to it. Tomatoey, beany.
25 overs in the first innings for Dan Worrell, 2 for 84, 6 maidens as well, bowled well.
Good to see him.
Nice fielding, good fielding. Finish off another over. 17 overs gone. Lancashire 49 without loss.
He didn't play any first. Just going back to Alderley Edge, provides really good base for cricket in and around that area, but a lot of clubs do the same. Bowden is Cheshire County League. That's Glen Chappell's son plays there, and the Flintoff boys I think play there. They used to play at Alderley Edge for a while, but Alderley's provided in recent times a couple on our academy, Sam Perry, Ed Fluck. Stephen Parry played there for a while. Stephen Parry is now coaching the North West Thunder, the women's team here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Controlled. Brings up the 50 for Lancashire. Yeah, I've actually played a PCA send an ex-England team there. We played at Bowden, I think, a couple of years ago. There's a couple of players who are still there. I think Simon Marshall, who you played here, I think he's still at Bowden Cricket Club.
You thought he played at Didsbury.
I know, that's why I said it. I kept saying last night, who's that guy? Simon played at Didsbury. No, it was Bowden. Mel Loy put me right.
Yeah, Marshall was on the staff here for a couple of years.
So in the future at Lancashire we could be seeing another Chappell or a Flintoff playing at some stage. Glenn Chappell's son is on the academy as well.
Yeah, they're on the academy. Who knows? Just let them go, let them develop.
Membership here as well, how's that going? Obviously there's talk about membership, certain clubs struggling.
Starting to increase again. Plenty of membership categories now. So not just a question of being a straight member, there are all sorts of different ways you can be a member. You can be a T20 member, you can be a county championship member, executive memberships, all that sort of thing. So it's on the up again. Not quite back up to the halcyon days of 13,000-14,000 as it was in the 70s and 80s. I think people, when they join a club now as a member, they want more than just being able to sit in a seat and watch. They need to be active as well. And cricket clubs are not really multifunctional places. They are just that.
Big appeal. Does it hit him outside the line though? I think it does. David Milnes declines the appeal, and of the over, 50 without loss.
Long way down here, taking a stride and a half, bowled from wide, just outside the line and a long way down. Not going to be going over the top though, that is for sure.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those deliveries, haven't we, that have kept low from round the wicket. Chat now between Worrell and Sean Abbott. I was talking probably about lines and whether to go over or round. Good communication for the bowlers.
It's gone now. You've missed out, Dom. I've just had some great soup.
Well, I did hear.
Yeah, slurping it was. It was excellent, really thick and tasty, tomato-y, paprika-y.
Still
bit of chickpea in it.
Still breakfast
It's cold
time
out there. You've got to keep yourself going. Bit of warmth.
Not as good as those fruity flapjacks yesterday. Oh.
Like those, don't you? You have two.
I did.
They're massive as well.
They were beautiful. I'm hoping Kate Cross will be able to get us some. She's on in the next.
Why should Kate be able to get you
Well,
some?
but she's a local girl. She knows all about this club. She'll be able to get them. Kate Cross of the Northern Superchargers now. Obviously that's in the 100. It's a change in field again. Leg slip is coming out and going in at short extra cover. Dom Sibley. Going with two catches now. Chat between Worrell and Burns. So two catches on the offside. Lovely shot, a little bit of width from Worrell, and this will run all the way for a boundary.
Jennings gets his first boundary. I don't know whether he was enticed to try and hit it through there by the presence of those two short extra covers, but there was width and Jennings took up the challenge.
.388 then, Lancashire still require. Things have gone well in this first 35 minutes, day 4 morning. Not too many gremlins in the surface so far. A couple of balls have kept low from Sean Abbott from around the wicket to the left-handers, but that's it. Slow short delivery to finish off the over. 19 overs gone. Lancashire 56 without loss.
Productive morning so far for the home side. The target, of course, a fairly ominous one, but they've negotiated the opening half hour quite neatly indeed. Surrey, for their part, have been pretty disciplined though. Abbott working up a sweat into his 5th over. Jennings clipping away his first boundary in the previous over. Kate Cross alongside me as Paul Allett and Dominic Hawkes step on the scales. After all that talk of soup and flapjacks, mouth started watering a little bit.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about these flapjacks, but there was half of one left over actually when I came into the commentary box this morning.
It wasn't half, okay. It was a quarter of a piece. The one that Dominic Cork just couldn't finish off from yesterday.
They can't have been that good then, could they?
Just the one slip. A ring field.
It's a really fascinating talking point now, isn't it? The prospect of trying to chase down 444 isn't... It's not necessarily out of the realms of possibility now. We've seen what the Test team here in England can do. And the question for me is, how willing are the county teams to follow suit?
It's a really good point, and one that I was considering actually on my way over here to do the game is how will that impact the county game, both from a team perspective and individually. Just saw Jennings advancing, and whether that has any significance to it, if players, you know, still desperate to represent their country, do they have to play in a different type of way?
I often think it's probably going to be the younger players who will be most influenced by that style of play. You know, Jamie Smith, for example, from Surrey coming through, would he be the one that's likely to put a hand up and say, this is how I'm going to play my cricket now? It's a good stop at backward point. But yeah, is it going to be more influential? The older players like a Keaton Jennings knows how he plays, knows how he's an impact player, and I think it's affected by the roles that you have within your county team as well. He knows that he's got to bat for the majority of this day to get Lancashire up to certainly a non-lose position. But it's just I just find it fascinating thinking about how they're all going to go about it now.
Again, advancing is Jennings, nullifying any movement that could be there from Sean Abbott. End of the over, 56 without loss. Here are the boundaries this morning. Lovely clip by Luke Wells off the bowling of Worrell. Almost Caribbean trailing back leg. Crashing through the offside when Keaton Jennings his first boundary. So both looking in pretty good order. Wells and Jennings, the two left-handers. Wells, who came up to Lancashire a couple of years ago after a long spell at Sussex. We're going to see a change of bowling for the first time today. Ball looks still pretty new, as you would expect in the early part of the season. Balls stay newer for longer, given the lush nature of the square. I think in August, September time, once the square has been used heavily and is abrasive and rough, after 10 or 15 overs the ball can look fairly haggard, but not in the early part. Jordan Clark, former Lancashire player. Almost didn't get that out there, Kate. I was torn between Lancastrian and Lancashire. Anyway, he used to play here. He's going to take up the attack from the Brian Statham end. Quite slippery on his day is Jordan Clark, strongly built. Ben Folks up to the stumps for him. And smartly played, right on the tiptoes. Luke Wells just forcing it off the back foot for a couple. Just to go back to what we were talking about in the previous over, and then maybe the changing mindset. Another aspect of this is, and great to watch on from a distance and not be involved in any part of it, is how will England sides get selected? Will they get selected on batters' weight of runs in the county championship? Oh, it's a lovely shot. Fine shot. A lot of wrist work as well involved from Luke Wells. Little bit of width, but crashed away.
That really is a fine shot. Just a little bit short from Jordan Clark. So much control. Wrist work from Luke Wells. I love it when they don't bother running.
Very fast hands. Accelerates through the ball. It seems to be Clark here has just dropped his pace a little bit and is content to try and bowl little cutters. Is that what it looks like to you?
Yeah, I think what we've seen over the last 3-4 days with this pitch is that the bowlers really have to work hard for the wickets. Lancashire actually in their first innings probably gave a few wickets away. I think there would have been a few disappointing faces in the dressing room after that day too. But yeah, I think the bowlers are having to work hard, use the short ball. There's now that bit of rough.
Yeah, it's something that we've actually seen Broad and Anderson do for England in subcontinent conditions where there's obviously no great swing, but the pitch can... there's no great pace in the surface either, and they actually come up and bowl little cutters.
We saw that in Pakistan, didn't we? Yeah. Particularly thinking about an Ollie Robinson delivery that basically was a fast off spinner that he got to jag back in and bowl one of the Pakistan players.
Sweetly timed, but Abbott protecting the mid-wicket area. So yeah, are you going to select a guy who scored 1,000 runs in the championship at 45 with a strike rate of 60, maybe? Or are you going to go for someone who actually strikes at around about 80 or 90 because it fits into the way that Ben Stokes' side wants to play? Very well bowled. That's just caught Ben Folkes on the inner thigh, I fancy. A couple of runs picked up with Pope in pursuit. End of the Clark over. And Lancashire 64 without loss.
Yeah, deliveries like this are just keeping Surrey interested. It's Ben Folkes who took the brunt of that. I think it missed everything actually.
Always manages to find that area which is not protected, the ball.
Going back to your question, I think we saw a good example of that was how Keaton Jennings was reselected for the Test team last year. He scored over 1,200 runs for Lancashire, averaging close to 75. But I think there's room for it all in the Test team at the moment. You can't just have the strike rates of over 150, you know, the Harry Brooks and how they bat. You have to have the Ben Folkes who can steady ships and make sure that, you know, they know how to bat with the tail, and it's not just the bang crash wallop of what we have seen, the Johnny Bairstows maybe.
Well, yeah, Johnny Bairstow coming back as well. He'll of course have to prove his fitness, but there's great news from an England perspective. Here's Kemar Roach, first time today. I wonder also if we're going to see Ben Folkes, albeit he took one on the inside thigh or just on the inner part of the knee in the previous over, but I wonder with Keaton Jennings wandering, I wonder if we might see Folkes before too long actually stand up to Roach.
He's one of the best up to the stumps, isn't he, to the seamers.
The other thing I like about this, though, on us debating selection or how championship players might play, we're talking, you know, the conversation, which is exactly what Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum wanted. The conversation is about Test cricket again. It's vibrant, it's live. We're talking about different things regarding the red ball game, and that's exactly what he wanted to do.
There's that debate on social media, isn't there, about how do we save Test cricket, but the conversations are that now, that can we change the narrative to say that Test cricket has been saved? Because the way that the England men are playing their cricket at the moment is just fantastic, and the Ashes that we've got coming up, there's so much buzz around that. I know there always is generally with an Ashes series, but there's that talk of how, when they're going to win that.
As you would expect, disciplined areas from Kemar Roach. Well, this is the men's Ashes schedule starting in June. It's quite congested. June 4 in July. Edgbaston, Lords, Headingley. Here at Emirates Old Trafford and Kia Oval as well. And in so doing, we're talking about one particular subject, but the conversation then spreads. You know, when India get involved, well, you can't play that style of cricket over here. Well, we'll have to find out. And then debate is now starting, and chat, conversation about the vibrancy of Test cricket again, whether it be in India or South Africa or Australia, New Zealand. Slightly slower. Kemar Roach, end of his over, his opening one of the day. 22 overs have been bowled, 65 without loss, Lancashire.
It's almost a way of protecting yourself, isn't it? We saw Dean Edgar come out and talk in the media about how they're not bothered about this Bazball style of play and they're not going to be affected by it. But teams actually are going to have to react and maybe even emulate and copy what England are doing to be able to compete with them.
The results have been astounding, and I think given the way that England have been playing, I think you're always naturally going to find one test where they might get rolled for 120 a couple of times playing an attacking run, but that you're going to win more than you lose, as has been shown so far. It's quite funny when that happens, and has happened. And then the naysayers come out. Oh, Baldwin played on. Just hung the bat out a little bit, Keaton Jennings. And well, may hang his head. It was a sort of nothing kind of shot. But castled, and Lancashire lose their first wicket.
Jordan Clark coming in for his second over of the day. That little bit of rough outside that off-stump area for the left-hander. See the disappointment for Keaton Jennings. He has to depart for 16. Lancashire are 65 for 1.
Is that what you had when you read the bottle out? 20 seconds. Josh Bohannon makes his way out into the middle, join Luke Wells. The reason he is here is the departure of the Lancashire captain. May have just moved ever so slightly off the surface away from the left-hander, but that slightly angled bat of Keaton Jennings, and the length of time he just stayed there, sort of shows how disappointed he was to depart. But Bohannon, a very fine player. And again, one that was talked about in England circles over the last couple of years, out to join Luke Wells.
Yeah, he was out with the England Lions this winter in Sri Lanka and he had a decent tour, a lot of 40s and 50s consistently. He's averaging around 40 in the county championship last year.
I think it was the previous year as well. He had a big season for Lancashire. So the field, just the one slip, but we've got catching, mid-wicket and short extra cover. Yeah, just rolling the fingers down the side of the ball, Jordan Clark. He's got less to play with in the surface against the right-hander than the left.
Yeah, it's a little bit less rough outside the right-hander's off stump. We saw Matt Parkinson yesterday getting a lot of turn from that area, particularly to the left-hander. In his post-match interview, he said there wasn't much turn from straight. Obviously not many rough patches just in front of where the batter stands.
Just keeping an eye on what's going on around the country as well. There's a good game developing at Hove. Sussex and Durham. Sussex require another 28 runs to win. Durham require 3 wickets. There'll be a result there, but which way? I'll let you know. 2 catching mid-wickets now.
I like that from Burns and Clark. He's just moved Sean Abbott from catching extra cover to a second catching mid-wicket, and it allows Jordan Clark to bowl pin straight. Josh Bohannon is quite a keen batter to get off strike, as you are when you first come in, but he often likes that tuck off the hip. That might just get in his mind and stop him playing that shot.
You just saw him there, a little bit full of good bowling from Clark. Almost falling over himself, Bohannon. I just wonder as well, with those positions at mid-wicket, early part of the season, that just shows you. You can often tell if you took a still shot and asked what time of the season it was. It's a perfect example of why. Those fielders may move a little bit squarer when the weather warms up somewhat. Pitches get a bit quicker. Kemar Roach at extra cover, big fast bowler in the ring. End of a successful over, a wicket maiden for Jordan Clark, 65 for 1 Lancashire. Just elsewhere, it looks as though Middlesex's season might not be getting off to the best of starts. They're 107 for 7. Require another 200 runs to win against Essex at Lords. 3 more wickets for Essex to get the victory.
Jamie Porter had a fantastic opening day, didn't he? He was 6 for... you can't have a better way to start your season, really, can you?
When's your season starting in earnest?
Our first regional game is the 22nd of April here, Emirates Old Trafford.
Top edge, shouts of catch, should be, and is. Got sucked in, did Luke Wells. And again, the bowed head, much like Keaton Jennings, all the hard work had been done. The short ball from Kemar Roach, perfect field placing, Lancs 2 down.
Yeah, we've seen the success of the shorter ball in this game. The perfect example of it, simple catch down there for Dan Worrell. Luke Wells is trudging himself off, can't believe what he's just done. He has to depart for 45, and Lancashire now 65 for 2.
So 2 new batters at the crease for Lancashire. As one could wonder, didn't quite get up perhaps and wasn't flush off the bat of Wells. It's just at that moment when he turned, he knew he was in trouble. So, wickets in consecutive overs for Surrey.
As a spectator, you often wonder if the trap has been set, why do the batters take on the short ball? But I wonder if it was just the height of that delivery that is what enticed Luke Wells to play. It didn't quite get up as high as you maybe would have thought. Possibly why he took it on.
So Stephen Croft, vastly experienced, waits his first ball. A similar field that has been set as we saw in the previous over. 2 mid-wickets, a short extra cover catching, 1 slip. The thing is with Luke Wells, you know, I can understand it if you've just come to the crease, but he is in. He's 45 not out. He's seen a lot of bowling and a lot of the pitch. It's a shot he plays. Slightly wider of the crease from Roach that time. But now a different dynamic falls over the state of the game now.
The momentum just changes so quickly, doesn't it? There's not a great deal happening, and then 2 wickets fall really quickly. 2 new batters are in. Suddenly Surrey are right on top.
I just wonder if it's worthwhile, harebrained perhaps, but as Croft works his way off the mark, just wonder if it's worthwhile. The batters are still finding their feet. 2 right-handers. If it's worth throwing the ball to Cameron Steele just for an over or 2. Just to see if there's anything out there that can assist spinning away from the 2 right-handers. Your lack of response shows that that's not a great idea. We'll move swiftly on.
I was just having a think, Daggers. The seamer in me thinks keep them seamers going. They're going well. Jordan Clark's come on and just started that impact, that started the wickets.
That's why you've captained and I'm not. Oh, well bowled. Very nicely bowled. Challenging line from Kemar Roach. This is a good spell for the county champions. 66 for 2.
I like this from Kemar Roach. He comes wider on the crease and he forces Bohannon to play at this ball. Slight bit of movement, potentially away from the bat, but really good probing line from Kemar Roach. And the Surrey bowlers are certainly on top here.
Yeah, work to do. Both Bohannon and Croft. We were talking about your season before we started. So what, 22nd of April, and that's
the Rachel Hayhoe Flint?
Yep.
That gets underway.
Because that bookends the season, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's the first season where we'll play home and away fixtures in that, which is excellent news for the women's side of the game, more cricket. And then our Ashes gets underway on, I want to say the 22nd of June. I think that's when the test match starts at Trent Bridge.
It's in my diary, I'll have a look.
Be embarrassing if I'm wrong now, won't it?
You're correct. At Trent Bridge as well. Hugely exciting. Oh, that's just taken off. Absolutely no chance for Ben Folkes. Darting back towards the batter and with a bit of bounce as well.
Yeah, this is the danger of having your keeper up to the stumps. Yeah, it's just
as good as Ben Folkes is, he's absolutely no price there. There's the schedule. 5-day test match as well.
for the first time.
A change. Heather Knight will be delighted. We've seen some great test matches over the last couple of years and thwarted by lack of an extra day. Cutter. This is good bowling.
And it'll be the second year running that we're using the Duke's ball. We've often used the Kookaburra when we've played test match cricket. Yeah, it follows by 3 international T20s and then 3 one-day internationals.
Look at the venues: Trent Bridge, Edgbaston, the Oval, Lords, Bristol, GS Bowl and Taunton. Is that amazing?
To think that in 2016 we played a test match at Wormsley against India, it does just go to show how quickly the women's game is progressing and moving forward and being invested in.
What is it, 60,000 tickets or so already sold? Taunton is sold out.
Edgbaston's had a fair few sold already. I think we're over 15,000 now, yeah.
15,000, yeah. And that's before any part of the season has started, which is just fabulously encouraging. And deserved. You look at the Commonwealth Games of last year, how well attended the fixtures were at Edgbaston.
It was funny at the Commonwealth Games because you obviously had England fans there who were coming to watch Team England play in the Commonwealth Games who knew nothing about cricket.
Jordan Clark sort of splayed himself out in his run there, coming from wider.
It was like a Dan Worrell-esque approach to the crease. Just looking to come a little bit wider on it. Maybe bring those 2 catching mid-wickets into play. But yeah, Edgbaston last year, you had a lot of clapping for things that you, as a cricket fan, you might not have clapped. It was great though, it was a great atmosphere.
Didn't matter though, did it? People getting a taste of cricket. Very tidy over from Jordan Clark. Things are starting to happen for Surrey off the surface as well. 71 for 2. And also you look at the attendances for the 100 from the women's competition, looking, you know, going great guns records at all grounds. Your home ground, Headingley.
It's always a fantastic crowd at Headingley. Love playing there. Very vibrant crowd.
That's got to be weird for you as well, playing for the Northern Superchargers. Have you got your passport ready across the M62?
Not yet. Got a few months yet.
They might not let you in.
I don't think they will.
This after the news a couple of weeks ago, where Kate was signed by the Northern Superchargers away from the Manchester Originals.
I actually got heckled on my way into the ground today. Someone shouted at me saying, "What are you doing going over the Pennines playing for them?" I said I didn't have much choice in it. I was bought in an auction. But no, it's going to be, I actually think it's going to be a brilliant challenge for me. I've obviously loved playing my cricket here at Old Trafford. And I think sometimes you can get maybe a little bit too used to your conditions and your teammates, and at 31 now I think it might be a really good thing for me, especially I'm trying to, you know, get into that England T20 team. Obviously didn't get a look in at the T20 World Cup that's just gone, and then suddenly a team buys you at the top price and you actually think maybe you're not too bad at what you do.
Well, absolutely. It'll be great fun. A really good spell this from both Roach and Clark. very little away, asking questions every single ball they bowl.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Jordan Clark actually. He's managed to get something out of what has been quite a placid pitch. Just using his fingers to kind of roll down the seam and bowl his cutters like you pointed out, Daggers. And then he's being backed up by Kemar Roach at the other end.
So sorry. So sorry. It was the start of the day.
Go now.
Well bowled again. But stout in defence is Bohannon. And another over ticks by. One run from the Roach over, 72 for 2. Well, you just see, if you look to the right of the stumps, and that is what Jordan Clark is bowling into. Traditionally you would look at that for spinners, but because of the nature of this Old Trafford surface, and it is an abrasive one, it does get very, very hard, broken up a little bit. It actually can be useful for seam bowlers too. Now that was when Clark was bowling to the left-handers. Now it's a little bit more bare down the centre section.
And I think that's why we've got, you can see the catchers are in front of the bat and not, you know, we've not got 3 slips and a gully like you traditionally see in your longer format cricket, but it's for those leading edges, trying to get batters to play across the line, using the pitch to Clark's advantage. But there is that age-old saying, isn't there, that often if it spins it seams. We saw Matt Parkinson getting a little bit out of the rough yesterday. That would have encouraged the Surrey bowlers incredibly.
Then there you go. Now I just think he's outside the line a little bit. The invisible man, Neil Mallender, may be thinking the same. That's quite the get-up. What's that snood he's got on? You only just see a nose and eyes and the top of a mouth.
And a forehead protector, not a helmet.
Interesting about that LBW shot, there was sharp movement back in.
We saw Tom Bailey getting that movement actually to dismiss Jordan Clark in the first innings. Setting it back. He is making something happen here, Jordan Clark.
Let's take a look. Cross gave this out. And the inside edge glove going over and outside the line. Apart from that, that is the Lancastrian in you giving that one out. It's good though, really good from Jordan Clark. 72 for 2. Here's what's going on down at Hove. 2 wickets required for Durham and 22 runs. The target, as you can see, just at the bottom, 231. 209 for 8, so quite tense. Carter and Carson. Matty Potts wicketless, but hunting down the hill. Keep across what's going on there. As mentioned before, Essex were hunting victory at Lords as well. I'll bring you up to speed with the other games that are occurring. So yeah, Hampshire already victorious yesterday over Nottinghamshire. Don't know if you saw this yesterday, but the scores were tied at Hampshire versus Nottinghamshire. The scores were tied and they went off for tea with 1 run to win.
Sometimes cricket gets in its own way, doesn't it?
Anyway, Northamptonshire have been bowled out in their second innings for 331. This against Kent at the St Lawrence ground in Canterbury. Kent is 7 for 1. Require another 219 runs to win. Could be a good game down there. In Division 1, Rob Keogh with 100 for Northamptonshire. Hannon yet to get off the mark, by the way, just here. You don't want to get out for a goose.
He looked really good in that first innings, and he was going at 1 a ball for majority of it, and then he just lofted 1 to extra cover. I think he'll be really determined in this innings to bat some time and make sure he gets some runs on the board for his team.
For info, a goose is a long duck. And finally he does.
Was I meant to ask?
You were, but you missed
Sorry.
it. Middlesex need another 177 to win against Essex, who only require 3 wickets at Lords for their opening county championship victory of the season. Day 1 of the game against Somerset and Warwickshire was washed out due to a wet outfield, so the final day for them looks like it's a battle for bonus points there. Somerset 284 all out, Warwickshire 365 for 7. Alex Davis with 100. Sam Hain is 107 not out. Derbyshire have a lead of 183 runs with 1 second innings wicket in hand. A 335 for 9 against Worcestershire, so a good run chase, a good entertaining afternoon's cricket in store at Derby. Gloucestershire lead by 205 runs against Glamorgan, 73 for 2 at the end of the over here. Gloucestershire 444 for 6 in their second innings. Marcus Harris with a big 100, 148. Graham Van Buren is 64 not out. Be interesting to see if they declare and set Glamorgan a chase a little bit later on, maybe after lunch. That game, Sussex 8 down, require another 19 runs. Durham require another 2 wickets. That game may well finish before the luncheon interval. Yorkshire have declared on 286 for 8 in their second innings. They lead Leicestershire by 368 runs, and the Foxes 20 without loss in response in their second innings.
In that previous over, Roach was bowling, and you saw Stephen Croft evade one of the shorter balls, and he really had to get under it. It didn't get up that much, and I wonder we discussed earlier why Luke Wells played the shot. I think sometimes when the ball isn't consistently going past your head and you can't be that confident that you can get out of the way of it, sometimes you have to play it.
That's a good stop. That was travelling on its way to the boundary. Cameron Steele, I think it is, with the athleticism at backward point. Still quite a bit of shine on that ball. Not that he's looking for sideways movement through the air here, Clark.
He's just getting something out of this pitch, Jordan Clark, which we haven't seen a great deal of over the last 4 days. Highly encouraging for Surrey. There's about 40 minutes left to play in this session before we go to lunch. A couple more wickets for Surrey and they'll be really hunting that win. Lancashire desperate to keep these two in for the next 40 minutes or so.
Oh, and again brilliant from Steele. That was thumped away by Croft. Got all of that.
That is just what you need as a bowling unit when you're bowling so well. Just one loose delivery and the batter gets on top of it and your fielder makes a fantastic stop at point. It's another dot ball. She'll add to the frustration of Croft.
It's been good cricket this morning, really good. There's been times in this game where it's meandered a little bit, conservative field placings here and there, but it's been excellent, excellent all round. Surrey in the ascendancy, Lancs 74 for 2. With the ball remaining. Not sure where Jordan Clark's there. I think he went a little bit too early. That remains 74 for 2.
Surrey will be happy. A couple of wickets under their belt this morning already. Jordan Clark bowling a good spell. A really good spell. Just getting the ball to nibble around a little bit. Got rid of Keaton Jennings. Luke Wells got rid of himself. Aided and abetted by Kemar Roach, who bowled him the short ball, the bouncer. So it's up to Bohannon and Croft now to steady Lancashire's ship. Good cricket this morning from Surrey. They've stuck to the task well. Didn't look particularly easy the first half hour, but there was some intelligent field placings, imaginative field placings, and steady bowling. Not trying to do anything too tricky, too difficult. Just a question of wearing Lancashire down all the way through the day. all down. Standing wide at slip and having to go to his left. It was a waist high catch and it went quickly.
Bounced as well. I haven't seen too much of this in the game. Bounce, went quickly, got himself in the position to take it. Probably should have taken it. Is standing close. Caught a brilliant catch, didn't he, in the first innings?
He did, also going to his left. Lovely poke. Thing to note here is just how wide Pope is at slip. There's a big gap between himself and Folkes. Had to go to his left. It went very quickly, and it's a tricky one because, as Dominic Cork said, we've not seen much bounce this match, let alone this innings. Be expecting a catch to be lower, I think, than that. So Bohannon survives and then capitalises a couple of balls later with a 4 through the covers. 78 for 2.
Here just a little bit wider and shorter. Not really great foot movement, but good hands, top of the bounce, and a run away over the square.
Well, it remains to be seen how much Surrey will rue that drop chance. Bohannon, a key component in Lancashire's defence today. We're going to see the introduction of leg spin for the first time this morning. Cameron Steele coming on from the Statham end. I think how he bowls today and how Lancashire play him will be crucial to the result. So it'll be a fairly standard field for Steele. There'll be a slip. There is a short leg going in. He's just armouring up, putting the shin pads on and helmet, and sorted other protective gear. Short extra cover, short mid wicket. Josh Bohannon out in the first innings. Loose stroke, just leaning back a little bit. Josh Bohannon slapped it to extra cover. Paddled around fine on the leg side. Just be a single to Stephen Croft. Decent start from Steele, 79 for 2.
Surrey bowled well. You said that about 5 or 10 minutes ago. I think they bowled really well on a wicket that isn't doing too much. They're challenging the batter to play as many balls as they have to, trying to aim for that top of the off stump with the left-handers early on, and now 2 right-handers. Sean Abbott has been the pick. 6 overs so far, 3 maidens in that as well. Should have had a wicket. A nick that went through to Ollie Pope and was put down.
Doesn't sound obvious, but it's key for Surrey's bowlers to keep attacking the stumps on a pitch that's just a little bit variable in bounce, a little bit.
Well, another result in Division 2 this. Sussex, who have just got over that winning line, 232 for 8. Carter with 33. And saw Sussex home. So another win in the county championship, this first leg of games. Also, start of Paul Farbrace's reign as coach down at Sussex.
Well bowled. Pacey and skiddy. Croft getting underneath that. Had a delivery, haven't we, Dominic? You've got yours straight away. You're not waiting for anybody else.
Look
got at Easter eggs courtesy of Lancashire Cricket Club.
Absolutely brilliant. So kind.
James Price has just come in and delivered a whole batch of eggs.
I tell you what,
and you've got yours. You have yours, Dominic.
It's
fine.
To share. Well, happy Easter, everybody. But I think Lancashire been excellent all 4 days here with food and hospitality, soup, fruity flapjacks. Oh, they can't do any more.
Flat pitch.
Proper pitch. No, not flat. This is a proper pitch. I like this pitch. Ground is looking excellent, beautiful. Yeah, it's just finished a lovely 3 days I've had here. Other Easter eggs are available.
Partial to a bit of chocolate, Dom.
Oh, chocolate, fruity flapjack, anything sweet.
Get it open then, come on. Maiden, 79 for 2. Dominic's rustling now. Oh, look at that. It's come in its own little nest. Two bags of... Oh! Is it as good as your flapjack? I thought you had to wait to eat your Easter eggs till after lunch.
Why?
plenty of action in the commentary box now. There's a commotion with these eggs around. Kate's dunking a piece of Easter egg in a coffee now.
It might be a soup, you never know. Problem is I don't want to have too much because, you know, we're 25 minutes.
Be careful with you and your sugar levels. You'll be starting bouncing around.
No, well, it's 25 minutes before lunch and I don't want to overdo it because lunch has been excellent as well.
You're just getting very excited, aren't you now? It's a bit like handling the grandkids, this. You know, you've just got to not let them have too much chocolate.
No, I know. I'm not. I've put it behind and given it diagonal and cross. They're having a go at it.
Josh Bohannon, having got out to steal in the first, and he's certainly not gone into his shell. He's looking to play shots, front and back foot, quick on his feet. Easy single to mid-off, who's halfway back to the boundary. It's 80 for 2 and Bohannon keeps the strike. Abbott again. Could be a couple here. Yeah, easy 2 for Bohannon.
Looks like the ball is just starting to reverse swing. Keep your eye out on Sean Abbott. He's now holding the ball in his left hand to just cover it and hide it from the batter as long as possible. A little chat between David Milnes and Stephen Croft. Yeah, he's just trying to keep one side shiny, one side dry. Look, he's holding it in his left hand.
Carved away by Bohannon, 3 point for 4. Really good shot. Looking to be positive still, Josh Bohannon.
You can just see he's trying to get the ball to go back in there. It just stays outside. Again, not really big foot movement towards, but he's in a good position. It's on top of the bounce.
Tell me, Dominic, when you're running in with the ball in the hand that you're not going to bowl with, how do you know that you've got your fingers in the right place on the ball when you transfer it?
Well, it's about feel and how it sits in your hand. So when you put it into your left hand, mainly you put it in a way the seam, so when you're transferring it from left to right, and it's difficult to do with a microphone in my hand, but you actually get it into that position, and it's the feel of the fingers over the seam.
Well, I mean, I was very particular how I put the ball in my hand when I ran up. I never ran up with it in the opposite hand. It would put me off totally. I couldn't do it. It would have to be right in my right hand. So there's got to be an element of guesswork, no matter what I would have thought. Anyway.
Well, there has, but think about some of the best who did it. You know, Waqar Younis, Wasim Akram. You played a lot with Wasim Akram, and Wasim Akram would hold the ball in his right hand, and you know he's not looking at his right hand when he's transferring it, just as he's getting into his action. It's down to how it feels, and I don't think you have to be spot on every time with reverse swing. Obviously, if you're looking to seam the ball like you did throughout your career, then you want it to be in that position with fingers maybe slightly open as well, each side of the seam. And have another over. 37 overs gone, 86 with 2. So I don't think it has to be exact science, I think it's just feel. And when it does reverse swing, then in some ways the seam doesn't always have to rotate and come down straight, it can be slightly off tilt. This has always been a ground here where the ball has reverse swung, mainly due to the fact that it's always been a hard square. Even though it's early season, it's a hard surface, so bowlers don't hit the seam, and it slightly hits one side of the shiny side or the dull side. It's just going to make little indentations.
Invitingly flighted from Steele. Well bowled. Croft pretty quick on his feet as well to get back and cover the spin. It's come back into him. Rattle through that over. Keaton Jennings dragging that on from Jordan Clark, and Luke Wells just a few balls later pulling it straight into the hands of Fine Leg. When did you first become aware of reverse swing then, Dominic?
Well, obviously playing Test cricket against Pakistan, obviously it highlights it then because they were so good at it, the likes of Waqar Younis and Wasim Akram. I think it was slightly before that, playing against Lancashire. Remember a game at Derby where we were chasing quite a lot of runs. We were 255 for 1.
Maybe 4 more. Nobody down at third man or backward point.
Yeah, and that game, it just saw Wasim Akram come back into the attack. John Morris, former batter, and Peter Bowler were both on 100 at the time, and they just came in and bowled us out with reverse swing. You can just see that ball just slightly tailed in towards the end. So that's when I became aware of it, understanding it, asking questions. You know, you bowled at the other end to Wasim Akram. How was that for you?
Well, he had something I didn't have, a bit of extra pace. And the accepted theory about it then, to the mid-80s, was that you needed a bit of pace to get it to reverse properly. I found, along with Mike Watkins, that we could reverse it, but mainly into the right-hander. It was easier to do it that way. I used to do that at times before Wasim was on the scene, of course, but you wouldn't really realise why. He'd just be holding the ball the way he normally would, but he'd do the opposite to what you were thinking, and what you did then was just try and capitalise on that. If the ball's doing something for you, just go with it. But Wasim Akram was a fantastic exponent.
Well, there's also different theories of how to get it to reverse. You know, did you have to load a lot of moisture on it? I know you can't actually do that so much now, but you know, he's trying to make one side heavy with water and keep one side shiny, because obviously the aerodynamics and the way that it drags through the air, and that's what causes the reverse swing. But it mainly came down to shine one side and keep it as dry as possible on the other side. Natural way it roughs up, and make sure whoever is shining the ball repairs it on the shiny side to keep it as shiny as possible.
Well, Wasim's theory was to keep it as dry as possible and have one rough side and one shiny side, and it worked for him. It worked brilliantly for him. He was unplayable at times. He used to hit batsmen on the toes or bowl it in the block hole.
He was so good, such a quick arm as well. I was a tail-ender batsman really, but I never liked facing him because it was just so quick and onto you, and just swung late as well, really late. I faced him for Lancashire, and then also in international cricket. It was so difficult, and it was always this ground. Whenever I played at this ground, it always reverse swung, whether it was for Derbyshire, England, whether it was for Hampshire, or when I came here and spent 5 years here, then you understood a little bit more about reverse swing.
Second slip added now. And Baharan gets one on leg stump and gratefully glances it away for 4 off the last ball of the over. 98 for 2.
That's that delivery that right armers find easy to reverse swing it back in, because you can just fall away a little bit and push it.
He'll be happier at lunch, Dominic, if just 2 wickets are down.
I think Surrey are quite happy at the moment. I think they're in a position to go and win the game. Lancashire will have to fight hard from here. Get the 2 openers out, 2 down. They'll, what are we, with about 11 minutes away, 12 minutes away from lunch. Surrey will still believe they can win the game, so I'd say Surrey will be happier. And just see even that, just kept low a little bit. Surrey will also have another new ball, won't they? 23 overs with another new ball if required. And just running down a little bit, Cameron Steele, so Malinder has given him his first warning, or verbal warning.
It's only one. Carefully played, I think. Hundreds up for Lancashire, and a smattering of applause around the ground greets them. Minutes to go till lunch. Vital for Lancashire to get through to the lunch break without losing another wicket. To change at the Jimmy Anderson end, and Worrell coming on to bowl. Similar in style to the person he's replacing, Sean Abbott. Same field as well, that second slip being retained.
Let's have a look at somebody who's the king of reverse swing, Simon Jones. At this ground as well. This one you can see reverses out to Brett Lee. Good catch, Trescothick. Very good catch. And then the famous one, Michael Clark leaving the reverse swing in swinger. Delight. What a delivery with his pace, his length. Look how the ball darts back. You see the shiny side is on the outside, rough side on the inside, and it darts back. Somebody who, not just him and Flintoff in that team with the reverse swing.
Full stroke from Bohannon. Gets 4 for it. Inside edge Chinese cut.
A little bit of fortune. You just see that the ball is just starting to tail back, and that's just reverse swung back into Bohannon.
What's the ideal number of overs then when the ball starts to do it? Is there any set pattern, or does it stop doing it after a certain period of time?
Well, first of all, with your new ball, you're looking to try and swing it normally. So you're waiting for the lacquer that is put on a new ball to come off and to see whether it will swing normally. And then when it doesn't, or if it doesn't, then you're looking for one of the sides of the ball to just get a little bit rougher. And it's normally about 30-40 overs. And then what you want is also the ball to stay hard as well. If it goes soft, even if it reverse swings, it just comes off the surface slow. So those are the two things you're looking for. Is
through the covers. Chase for the fielders, which is forlorn. 4 more to Bohannon. Bit of a mix in that over. Bit of good fortune with the inside edge. Good bouncer. And then nicely played cover drive to finish off.
I know we've talked a lot about reverse swing. I think also when the ball is reverse swinging, and this is probably something with my coach's hat on, is I think as a bowler you're trying too many different balls all the time. You're trying one to go back in, one to get it out, and I think it's the same as swing bowling. Get one right, swing it out or swing it back in, and use the other one as just the odd delivery. Same as you see with a leg spin. He's not going to bowl your leg spinner, then Google and leg spin. He's just going to try and bowl leg spinner, leg spinner, leg spinner, with the odd variation, whether it is the googly or the flipper. It's the same as reverse swing and swing. Get one thing right, whether it's the outswing or the in-swing, and bowl the variety of the variable ball now and again.
It's interesting what you say, Dominic. I didn't think you'd have such a traditional outlook on bowling. I thought you'd be all for variation and throwing as much in as you possibly can.
In this form of the game, no, I think it's about repeating as many times as possible one delivery. Think about one of the best, Jimmy Anderson. What has he done that no one else has done? Bowled for a long time, yes, I know that. Got a lot of wickets, yeah, but he's just kept it simple. When it swings, he doesn't try too much. Obviously he'll try the hidden swinger now and again, and he's got such a good action, such a good wrist. He doesn't try it too many times.
Yes, so what you're saying, he's got the ability to put 6 balls in the same spot. And that's where he gets, obviously, he's got this fantastic control. And that's what all bowlers should strive to have as a base platform. The ability to be able to put the ball where they want it, time after time.
Well, at the moment I'm doing an advanced coaching course, and Andy Pick was doing a segment on a cohort on bowling and fast bowling. And he's quite simple at things haven't changed as a bowler from back in when it was introduced. He's still got 3 pieces of wood you're aiming at. Oh, it's a delivery that was unusual, full toss, put away for a boundary to finish the over. 112 for 2. Yeah, but and going back on that, it's the same in any form of the game. We can say that we need these multi-format bowlers who are able to bowl Yorkers, slower balls, have not just one slow ball, 3 slow balls. But you need to have a base, same as batting. You need to know the fundamentals as how to be able to hit a good shot before you're able then to clear your front leg and smash it 100 metres out the park. It's the same with bowling. Have to be able to hit an area as many times as possible to understand what it's like to bowl day in, day out, and then you add those little things to your strings to your bow. And if we want multi-format players, which is what Rob Key is all about, trying to get young players coming through to be able to play all formats, they need to know the basics, and that's why I think stick to one thing as many times as possible. Hit that area consistently with a repeatable action. You have to be strong, you have to work on your fitness. I know that because it is a tiring thing to do day in, day out, to bowl, to run up and to slam your foot into that foothole every day. It's not easy. Hence when you see me and you walk in the morning, we're limping.
Well, last over before lunch here. It's been a good session of cricket, this. Solid work from the Surrey bowlers. And some attrition mixed with attack from Lancashire's batsmen, setting themselves to bat the day out, all 96 overs. But doing so by playing a few shots as well. I think that's good tactic. You can't just block. You've got to play a range of strokes. If the ball's there to be hit, you've got to hit it. Feathered down to third man. Bowling, just put the fine leg slip in and pinged one in around waist rib height.
Well, Jimmy Anderson talked about that, didn't he, when he came up yesterday? He talked about how he'd never bowled with a leg slip a lot in his career, and now since Stokes and McCullum have come in, field placings now like a leg slip.
Used to be a fairly standard catching position for a right arm away swing bowler. Peter Levy used to have David Lloyd at leg slip. I think he caught 20 there one year. Basically on the premise that not every ball's going to swing away and the straight one gets the inside edge, and that's what happened. But it sort of went out of vogue in the 80s. I don't think anybody really used a leg slip, did they, in the 80s and 90s? Very rarely anyway.
Well, it was more for the shorter ball really, wasn't it? It wasn't really a leg slip, more like a leg gully when bowlers went short. Maybe the tail end batters.
Two hours played on the final morning here at Emirates Old Trafford, and Lancashire have moved on to 114 for 2. There's 40 overs been bowled, 2 sessions left in which Surrey will be looking to take the remaining 8 wickets and win their first game of 2023. Some good work initially from Lancashire's openers, and then both fell in the space of an over. And Stephen Croft and Josh Bohannon have repaired the damage to some extent. Croft 14 not out, Bohannon 29 not out, as the players leave the field for lunch. Surrey seem pleased with themselves. They've got a couple of wickets in that first session. I'd like 3 more in the next session just to put them on their way. Men out Wells and Jennings. Lancashire 114 for 2.
Surrey bowled well, wicket for Roach and for Clark, but as a collective they bowled really well, good lines, good lengths, and they'll want to do the same in the mid-session.
So 1 session down in the final day's play here at Old Trafford. Join us again in around 40 minutes time for the afternoon session of play. Welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary with myself, Paul Allett, and today I'm delighted to have the greatest left arm quick bowler in the history of the game alongside me. Played for Lancashire for 10 years, has become an adopted Lancastrian and had a wonderful international career with Pakistan. Wasim Akram, welcome along.
Thank you all.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. Does it still feel a little bit special when you come back
Of course it does.
Manchester?
When I was parking my car, so a lot of memories came rushing back. The playing days, obviously the ground has changed a lot for better. But yeah, every time I come here, last time I was here about 3 years ago, when there was a COVID test, so we were in a bubble in the hotel.
Yeah.
But over and all, playing for Lancashire has been the highlight of my cricketing career. You know, I'm writing my book, it's almost ready, it'll be out in November.
Okay.
So a lot of positive stuff of Lancashire. For me, playing for Pakistan and coming to Lancashire was like a little oasis. Everything was comfortable, you guys just played cricket. And we had 3 senior players, Paul Allett, Michael Watkinson, and Graham Fowler. They used to make fun of all the junior players. Haha.
It was a tough school at times, I agree.
It was.
But it's great that you hold Lancashire in such reverence and such esteem. But tell us a little bit about how you came to come to Lancashire in the first place, because you were a very raw international cricketer in the late 80s and 88.
Yeah.
You hadn't much experience of Western culture.
None.
I don't think you had much experience of playing over here at all, had you?
Not at all. I think in '86, the great Imran sent me to play league cricket up north in Durham.
Okay.
I played for a club called Burnup Field.
Yes.
Boundary was about 25 yards one side. And it was tough for me, you know, as a kid from Pakistan coming to this weather and this country. But the idea was '87 we were touring. So just get the idea how the wickets work, how the weather works. So I enjoyed it. We used to end up every night at that nightclub on, you know, on the Newcastle River, on a ship.
The Tyne, the River Tyne.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I bet, and the fog on the Tyne was
and
all
then,
yours.
yes, coming back to your question, 87, I think, or 88, 87, we were playing in Sharjah.
Yeah.
And Neil Fairbrother was playing for England. He got picked up. And Laurie Brown, a physio, great guy, one of the best physios I worked with, great human being too. They got hold of me there. They said, would you like to play for Lancashire? And remember those days, Lancashire county cricket was, you got to be #1 player in the world. Only one overseas was allowed to play in playing 11, and you can only register 2.
That's right.
So I thought they were talking about Lancashire League. I said, yeah, sure, I'm ready for Lancashire League. They said, no, county. I said, really? So yeah, that was my first experience that I found out.
And you knew nothing about county cricket, presumably?
No idea. None.
Nothing about it?
Nothing about county cricket. I only read about it in Urdu magazines, cricketing Urdu magazines, that's how it works. But when I arrived here, I remember in 1988, but before that in 87, there was a test match here at Old Trafford. And our chairman, Bob Bennett at the time, Lancashire think tank, they got my family here.
Yeah.
For my birthday surprise. They called everyone, my 2 brothers, my younger sister, my dad and mom, to celebrate my birthday here. I think it was on 4th of June, if I remember correctly. But that was the first experience of me of, you know, Lancastrian hospitality.
So the club embraced you right from the word go, and
Yeah,
you
they
in
did.
turn embraced the club. It was actually David Hughes and Alan Ormrod who were running the cricket department at the time, and they must have been the 2 that instigated your first appearances for
Yes,
for
probably. And I remember both of them, David Hughes, Yoza and Alan, has been a great influence early on as a 20-year-old kid coming from a different culture altogether and mixing up with, you know, Western culture, and they really helped me a lot. Remember the first time we met, we was a Forte Post House in Nottingham.
Yes.
That hotel on the first floor.
Yes.
And Alan told me to come to team meeting at 6 o'clock in the evening, day before the game. I said, okay. He said, it's in the bar. Okay, I said, that's different. I come from
you're not a drinking culture. Yours.
Exactly. But again, you guys, the minute I walked into that wine at the bar, you guys all shook hand and said, welcome to Lancashire. So that gave me a bit of confidence. And remember, the next day there was a game against Nottingham, and I was sitting in the corner right somewhere, because huge seniors, I think, I don't know if it still happens or not, the senior players, they have their certain spots in each dressing room, and they go and sit there. So you as a junior, you have to wait that everybody is comfortable, then you pick up your spot, if you get a spot.
I remember wandering into a dressing room, and somebody, it probably wasn't you, was sitting in where I normally change. I said, listen,
Yeah.
I've been changing
I think
for
it was
15
me.
years.
I think it was
Yeah,
me.
well, I would let you off.
But that's a good culture, though.
Yeah, I suppose it is in a way, although it might be a bit outmoded now.
Yeah, now probably.
Now then, your rise and appearance in cricket was quite extraordinary, because you played very little first-class cricket, if any, in Pakistan.
None.
And you turned up and bowled at the nets.
Yeah, it was a camp.
Of a Pakistan camp.
It was a camp for 100 kids, young kids, and I did, well for my club, Ludhiana Gymkhana in Pakistan. So they, said this guy is good. So my name was in that in particular camp, and I remember first 4 days there were 100 kids, and including Ramesh Raja, who played a Test cricket then, one Test, and Mohsin Kamal, another Test cricketer, and top first-class performers were there as well. So nobody gave me the cricket ball to bowl, so I got a bit down, depressed. So I went back to my captain in the club, Sadiq Khan. I said, look, there's no point in me going. I've been standing there for 4 days. He said, no, you go tomorrow. I'll have a word with the camp commander, and he'll give you the ball. So the next day, 3 or 4 batters to go, he gave me the old ball. I impressed him for some odd reason. Agha Saadat Ali, another late Test cricketer. And then the next day, he gave me the new cherry. And you see, I used to bowl big in-swingers then. And I troubled almost everyone.
In-swingers to the right-hander?
To the right-hander.
Good ball from a left arm quick. Good ball.
Yeah, so, I impressed everyone there. And then Javed Miandad was the captain of Pakistan squad. So he came to practice. So Gaddafi Stadium is a huge ground.
Yeah.
So one side was our camp, and his net was the other side. So he wanted some bowlers. So the camp commander said, you want to bowl at Javed Miandad? I said, what? Javed Miandad? I had a poster of him in my room. I would love to.
Well, one of the best Pakistan batsmen ever.
Ever.
And one of the best in the world.
In the world. So I went to bowl at him for a couple of days, and he got impressed by me. And then New Zealand was touring Pakistan. And suddenly my name came in to play against New Zealand team. First 3-day game, President 11 versus the New Zealand side in Rawalpindi. I was over the moon, so was my family. Javed Miandad, Sarfaraz Nawaz, Tahir Nakash, all these tests, Ramesh Raja, Salim Malik, all these guys were in the squad. And Javed dropped, I think, Tahir Nakash or Sarfaraz to have me in playing 11. That was my first-class game.
How on earth did you feel playing international cricket from straight out of club cricket? How on earth? Because that would it would cause issues for an awful lot of guys when you were 17, 18?
I was 17.
17.
Yeah, 18.
So how did you feel?
I think
probably too young to
I
even
was
bother
too
about
young
it.
to even bother about. Absolutely spot on. It was blessing in disguise. I didn't know probably half the team of New Zealand. I knew Martin Crowe, Jeff Crowe, Jeff Harwood, John Reid, Jeremy Coney, the big names there, cricketing.
And they were a good team.
Great team at the time.
Yeah.
So I got 7 for 50 in first innings. I don't know how. And second inning 2 for 50. I was just running in and ball, and I didn't know at the reverse swing at the time, but it was just happening.
I know how.
How?
Because you're a good bowler. But I mean, were you quick? And presumably you were raw then, as you say.
Raw.
You say I don't know how, but you did swing the ball. You swung the new ball, and you had this. You had this very
remember
quick
that
arm.
Pindi wicket was like a road. You know how Pakistani
Flat, no bounce,
no grass, no bounce. But I've got. I think before lunch I got John Wright caught in second slip, and then from there onwards, just everybody walked in. I would just start bowling full, and everybody was getting leg before bowled. So yeah, I think I was too young and naive. It was blessing in disguise that I didn't know who the players were.
And you didn't have time to worry about it,
No.
presumably. So what about your development then? Because you're set into the world stage straight away.
Yeah.
And you've got this natural raw talent. Were you allowed just to carry on doing that, or was there some pressure on you to change what you were doing?
Oh, there was no pressure. I had very good mentors in Javed Miandad,
Yeah.
and then Mudassar Nazar, who still
yeah.
lives in Manchester.
He does, yeah. Played for
Well-travelled
Cheshire
person
for
in India.
Mudassar, yeah.
Well-travelled, who also helped me off the field. And then that was on New Zealand tour. And then Imran was joining us. He was playing for New South Wales. So he was joining us. We were meant to tour to go to tour to Australia for Mini World Cup in 1985, where India, I think, won eventually. India, Pakistan went the finals. So I played, I think my first game was against Windies or against Australia. And I got 5 for 21, first top 5 wickets. Again, just bowling full, no control of the swing. That I learned eventually. But in the beginning, just come and bowl and hit the right areas, and that's what I did. And Imran was standing at mid-on, telling every delivery what to do. So that, as a young kid, was a huge confidence. My hero was telling me what to do, and I listened to everything he wanted me to do. And I think that's how I sort of got into the groove of Test cricket.
Was Imran a good teacher, a good mentor? Did he allow you to develop naturally?
Yes.
Or was he dictatorial?
No, he was very easy, whatever I'm comfortable with. But he always wanted me to work hard when I was 17, 18. Those were the trades I've learned from him, Miandad, Mudassar, that, talent can stay for 2-3 years, and the hard work can prolong that talent for another, say, 20 years, 15 years. And I think that's where I have to come back to Lancashire. When I played in 88, I remember getting my first 100 here, first class 100. And in 89, I became the #1 player in the world. That 6 months of county cricket, playing with you guys day in, day out, travelling. And you guys were very helpful. You were helpful as a bowler, our captain, Yoza.
I don't know. It's probably the best compliment that anybody's ever paid me, for you to say that I help you with your bowling. But I'm flattered. I do remember giving you a real kick up the backside once when you came off because you said your nose was running and you didn't feel very well.
Yeah, I
Tunbridge
remember.
Wells, do you remember?
Yes, I remember. I remember that game as well, Tunbridge Wales. Don't want to play there anymore. I never liked it there.
So I said, come on, this is hard work. Bowling is hard work.
Yeah, I remember.
So you have to bowl even though you might not be feeling great, you might not be bowling great. So that might have been a lesson.
Probably. I think tough love sometimes works.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you did that. It helped me. And you see, the whole team was behind me, the captain, the club.
Yeah.
I remember they put me in this hotel. It's still there or Old Trafford Hotel?
Down the road. Yeah.
Down the road.
Well, Bob Bennett the chairman used to stay there.
Yeah,
didn't
so
he?
they gave me a room
I don't
there.
think it's still there now.
Nah.
But it was all right at the
It
time.
was okay. So I went. So we went to play away games. We were away for about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I came back. They checked me out. I couldn't find my clothes. I said, "Where are my clothes?" They said, "We checked you out. I thought you were not coming back." So we had some great stories. But again, when I bought my place here at the time, I remember I must give compliment to this Pakistani Sufi Sadiq. He's still around. Accountant. He says, "I'll help you with your accounts and all." I said, ask Lancashire. He said, "You buy a house." I said, "Buy a house? I'm 20 years old. I have no money." "What do you mean buy a house?" He said, "Get a mortgage." I said, "What's mortgage?" Then he explained, "You have 6-year contract." So Lancashire gave me a 6-year contract. First time any overseas player got such a long contract.
Yeah.
So that shows the shrewdness of the skipper, Yoza, and of course Alan, that they realized this guy can actually...
Well, those were the golden days of county cricket being able to sign overseas players long term, because now, of course, there's so much cricket you can't
sign somebody for 2 weeks.
But
and
you were available for us virtually all the time, except when Pakistan were touring England.
Yeah, and because cricket was not all year round. It was only Pakistan season from September, October onwards till March.
That's right.
And then county started from April onwards till August, September.
Okay, so county cricket was essential in your formative years.
Yes.
Because you're such a pioneer and because you are one of the best bowlers there's ever been, with the record, you've got over 900 international wickets across one-day internationals and test matches, over 400 in test matches, over 500 in one-day internationals. It wasn't all about just running in and bowling fast. You pioneered the ability to reverse swing the ball, which is now.
And if you remember,
I wouldn't say it's commonplace, but it's a fundamental part of the modern game.
Yeah, it really is. Now it's called reverse swing. It used to be ball tampering then, if you remember.
Well, so they said. But you used to throw me the ball when you were bowling at the other end. I couldn't swing it.
Yeah. You used to bowl this outswing, and suddenly the ball is going towards leg side.
A little bit.
And then eventually you got the hang of it. You said, okay, if it's going in, I'm going to just pitch outside off stump. And I remember the first year when there used to be rain, I used to take Gehan Mendes at nets.
Yes.
And you got me, Paul got me on the side, said, Vaz, listen, I know you're young. There's 6 months to go. So just take it easy.
Because you used to roar in, didn't you? In the
Yeah.
nets. Nobody wanted to face you in the nets because you were unplayable.
But I think nowadays, obviously, mindset has changed. The more you bowl, a lot of youngsters ask me, how should I increase my pace? What to do? It's a very simple answer. The more you bowl, the quicker you'll become. Because your bowling muscle gets strong. And bowling muscle is not just one particular muscle, it's everything in your body. And I think nowadays you bowl 6 deliveries, 8 deliveries, and say 12 deliveries, say, okay, I'm done. Okay, thank you very much. So probably cricket is too much, but mindset has changed over the years, sure.
But reverse swing didn't just happen.
No,
you must have developed this in line with Waqar probably. And
Waqar came a little later.
Imran was the
Mudassar
one.
and Imran.
Yeah.
They were the one who actually taught me how to reverse swing.
And
the
I
ball.
remember you being absolutely paranoid about keeping the ball dry when we were out there.
The rough side.
Just keep it dry.
Keep it dry.
Don't
Do not
spit
shine.
on it. Don't put sweat on it.
Especially
dry.
the rough side.
Yeah.
And I remember our spinner, very good spinner, Gary Yates.
Yes.
He used to bowl like this.
Yes, he did.
And I had to go at him 3-4 times. I said, you better change your habit, buddy. Because the rough side, if it gets soft, then it won't reverse. The rough side has to be rough and shiny side has to be shiny.
And we had at Lancashire, we had a wonderful 10 years when you were 88
incredible.
to 98. We won all those one-day games. And you were actually constant in that team, but there were actually 2 teams because the old guard, like myself, Graham Fowler, Guillaume Mendes, moved on in about 91, 92.
Yes.
And then you had another crop of lads with the Athertons and the Fairbrother was there as well. Crawley.
Peter Marin came in.
Chappell,
Peter Martin came in. Chappie came in a little later. Then Bumble, Junior Bumble. Ian Austin, the great man.
Yeah.
What a performer he had been for Lancashire in shorter format.
Who was the guys that stuck out most for you in Lancashire? Who were the guys that you really either admired or got on with or whatever?
I mean, you guys were seniors. I had always admired you as a senior players. But of course, Harvey Neil Fairbrother is a very good friend of mine. Still, we are in touch. Ian Austin I was very close to.
Yeah.
I believe he's got a bar now in wherever he's living. Beautiful wine bar.
I think he has.
Yeah, and he's a granddad.
He is, and he sells beer as well.
Oh,
on top
brilliant.
Of that, which he was always destined to do.
Destined to do, absolutely. No, but everyone, I mean, it's difficult to name any, but everyone was so helpful.
Yeah.
And it was fun for me to coming to Lancashire. It was like coming back home, no political thing, no politics in cricket. You come, you play, you go home, you have a good laugh, and the next day you start again.
You said earlier on, right at the start of this was your happiest time.
Yeah.
When you were here, when you were playing here, you probably felt the pressure was off a little bit and you enjoyed playing in county cricket. But surely winning the World Cup in '92 must have been the pinnacle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think for every sportsman is basically idea is to represent your country's team in a World Cup and then winning it. And then, of course, being man of the match. And that too against the mighty England side at the time. They were the most experienced team in the world as far as one-day cricket concerned. But yeah, that was one of the best moments. In fact, the best moment of my life.
What did it feel like? Because there was this aura about you. I remember standing next to Warren Hegg at Slip. Warren was
I forgot Chucky's name.
Yeah, Warren keeping wicket to you, and he must have been one of the best keepers you ever bowled.
Absolutely.
I can't remember him dropping a catch off you.
No,
and
very rare.
You bowled 90 miles an hour and swung it and hooped it round.
He was
corners.
one of the best keepers, I think, who kept on my bowling. He was phenomenal and a great guy as well off the field.
Yeah,
still, he's very helpful, very easygoing, hard worker.
But getting back to you, you had this aura about you, and I know, standing at Slip, 20 yards back, watching you run in, there was a fear and a trepidation in the batsmen facing you because they didn't know whether you were going to hit them on the toe or on the nose.
On the nose. I think that's what I've learned in county cricket. That's why the experience matters. Playing under different condition matters, and every ground is different in England. Weather is always nice. It's not. I mean, if it's 26 degrees in England, you say it's a heat wave. No, it's not. Heat wave is in Pakistan right now. It's 41 degrees.
40.
Yeah. So that also helped. And remember, we used to have a playing deck as well, and the next deck, next pitch, each side used to be dry as well without the grass. That boys can throw one bounce as well because the reverse swing. So that helped a lot as well. I think even in my book is coming out in November, the Lancashire stories are quite funny and memorable and happy times.
Brian Lara, Ricky Ponting, and Viv Richards have all gone on record to say that you were the best bowler they ever faced.
Wow.
That's pretty serious.
That's huge, coming from the greats of the game.
Yeah.
And I think it was because of my quick arm action, maybe. And
you
my
were very difficult to pick up.
Yeah.
You had this scampering run.
And I learned
quick run.
And I learned things as well. I was the only left-hander who went around the wicket, if you remember.
Well, you started this.
Yeah, I started this trend.
You did.
And I used to run. From behind the umpire. I said, why not?
And then leap out.
Yeah. Nowadays, I see bowlers, even T20 format, they're getting hammered every ball. They don't change anything.
No.
So as a bowler, what's my job is to create a doubt in batsman's mind. If things are not going well, just have your run up diagonal. Just bowl the same delivery you want to, but do something different.
But you were capable of bowling round the wicket and swinging the ball away from the right hand.
Yeah.
Very difficult thing to do as a left-arm bowler.
I think both of these guys. Yeah, I mean nowadays Shaheen Afridi.
Yes.
And then Mitchell Starc.
Yes.
Trent Bolt.
Yes.
These
you were
guys
the
are very
pioneer.
good. Yeah, I started bowling around the wicket, different angle altogether. And as a right-hander batsman, if I'm bowling around the wicket, if you're batting, you have to, with the angle, you think ball's going to come in.
Yeah.
And if it just goes across a bit, every chance to take an edge.
Whilst we could talk for hours, and hopefully you'll come back and we'll do part 2 of this at some point. But just before we go, I talked about the batters who said you were the best. Who was the hardest batsman to bowl at?
You see, I played against great Viv Richards, Brian Lara, Sachin Tendulkar, Alan Border, Graham Gooch, Mike Gatting, Alex Stewart. These are the big names. But I think one of the best was who played against me and Vakar against reverse swing was Martin Crowe. He always played us on a front foot. At 93 series, he got 200 out of 3 test matches. Pakistan won 3-0. I got 16 wickets in 2 games. I got injured. Vakar got 30 wickets in 3 test matches. And he got 200s. And I think in England, who really played both of us well with the new ball was Alex Stewart. Because he realized I have to attack. I can't just block and wait for the semi-new ball. By the time it'll be too late. So yeah, he was also quite difficult, especially. And in one-day cricket, I suppose Brian Lara and all these guys were there, but Gilchrist was the most difficult, especially when there were no bounces.
Waz, it's been fantastic to talk to you. And I hope that you'll come back and talk to us again. You're going to keep coming back to Emirates Old Trafford? And
Absolutely, any time. I mean, I'm 20 minutes away. Every summer I'm here for a month and a half with my family. My boys are 23 and 21, 24 and 21. They were born here in Wythenshawe Hospital. So they love coming here. They have a lot of memories of their mother as well. So yeah, love coming back, enjoying the weather, enjoying my little town, little Altrincham town. Just walk around, Dunham, Massey. Just love it.
Beautiful. Well, we love having you back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for everything that you've done for Lancashire and keep coming back.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
want the best seats in the house? It matters where you stay.
Yeah, boy. Yeah! No! Very well played. Positions look good.
Yeah, getting there.
Yeah.
Getting there. It's classic first hour key.
Classic first hour, get through it. And then,
half hour key.
yeah. Nice, happy?
Yeah, I think might be wizardry on this.
Yeah, it might be. And you know what that means? Your dancing shoes is on. Yes, run! Gun two, haven't got it. Talk to me.
No.
Good boy. Pat, random boy. Feels like a nice surface.
It's a proper surface.
Yeah, it's like feels like hard work, but
No,
nice.
This is what we're gonna get.
Yeah, gun. What? Yep. Gun, random. Yeah, it just feels like a biting surface. Feels like you just can't drive.
Should get better as the day goes.
Absolutely, man. It'll be a belting hour and a half, 2 hours. Oh my god. You almost want width, or if it's short, just kind of like dead better.
Because we've been playing on those like lower style wickets, the first 2 hours were both
Too short.
a little bit short.
Yeah, 100%. Love your shooting, Lucas.
Come on, Alex, let's get some good content for the GoPro. Hello, Dad. Hello. Clarky! Welcome, girl. Lammy will be spewing, by the way. Just love that name all the time. Hey, how good's that? Yeah. Spinning it as well. Oh, good. Regadoosh. Oh, yes. Very good. Hosa! Yes! Yes. Yay! Oh, referee. Emo. What would you like?
We'll just say it was a standard catch at Midway. No worldies here.
You're a worldie.
I'm a 10.
Hey! Emo, what a day, girl! When you're on, you're on.
When you're on, you're on.
Oh! Yeah! I've put my hands back on, ladies.
That was a great take. And fun's over. Do you want to sign off?
That's all.
Thanks for watching Lancs TV.
As you were.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. It's the final day of the first LV County Championship game of the summer. Lancashire playing Surrey, and the game is intriguingly poised. Lancashire have been set a nominal 444 runs to win. Surrey, of course, needing to take 10 wickets for victory. They need to take 8 more. They took 2 this morning. Jennings the first to go. Bowled by Clark, and then Wells a few balls later caught down at fine leg. Good concerted effort by Surrey with the ball this morning. It's a pitch that's offering very little. Jordan Clark was perhaps the pick of the bowlers, who got more out of the surface than anybody else, but it's generally slow and low and not providing much turn for Cameron Steele with his leg spin either. So Lancashire 114 for 2. They need another 330 if they're going to win. 67 overs remaining in the day's play. This is how Keaton Jennings met his end, hacking on from outside off stump. And compounding the felony, Wells hooking straight to fine leg a few balls later. So it's going to be Jordan Clark to begin after lunch, bowling from the Brian Statham end, and he's bowling to Stephen Croft. And it's a pleasure to have Charles Dagnall alongside me. A delight.
Over egging the pudding somewhat there, Wally, but thank you. It was really good. I mean, is that comparative, actually, after spending so much time with Dominic Cork?
Well, yes. What's happened is, of course, I've had a bit of Easter egg, so I'm bouncing. Sugar levels are up.
Everything looks rosier then. No, I thought it was a really high-class session of cricket. The opening one of the day. I thought Surrey persevered well. I think tactically astute from the bowlers, just with Jordan Clark bowling cutters, similar to Kemar Roach. I thought the two left-handed openers negotiated it pretty well once they were removed. A tricky period for Croft and Bohannon, but once more they staved off anything Surrey had to throw at them. And as you mentioned, it's set up nicely for another good period of play.
Single for Croft, now a single for Bohannon. Get them moving again after lunch. I mean, every moment's critical now, because Lancashire obviously need to just bat out the day. I think the thought at the start of the day was that they'd assess where they were at lunch, assess where they are halfway through this session, in terms of mounting a challenge to try and get the runs. Nobody scored more than 403 at Old Trafford in the 4th innings of a game to win, and that was 120 odd years ago. So it's not a common occurrence.
Not really. And sometimes we can be swayed because of what we've seen in the wintertime and over the last summer by England, but you know, those figures are there for a reason. Historically, history tells you that that won't happen, or the likelihood is that that won't happen. But what I like that Surrey have started with Jordan Clark, you know, the two best bowlers. I'll be interested to see if Kemar Roach is actually used at the James Anderson end to start things off.
I think he's bowled better than Abbott, do you?
Well, I just think it's the end of the over, 116 for 2. I just think that you go in saying, right, who do you want to face least? And I think there was more pressure created, more. I think the combination of the pair of them combined for those 2 wickets, and just those. I think the cutters work well. I mean, look, Abbott, of course, is a really good option as well. It was just I thought that they would get the opportunity first up after lunch. Will be Daniel Worrell. The other aspect is, of course, Paul, is that in 40 overs time there is a new ball available, or 39 overs time. So that's another aspect to throw into the mix. Whether it will have a huge amount of bearing given the nature of the surface, we'll wait and see, but something just to keep an eye on later on.
Well, Worrell, the favoured bowler at the Anderson end. He's been the one that's taken the new ball. I'm surprised that Abbott perhaps didn't. But it is Worrell. Worrell and Abbott pretty similar bowlers. They run in fairly similarly, same sort of pace, similarly accurate.
Is it fair to say that you'd look for a little bit more movement through the air from Worrell than you would do from Abbott?
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. But there's been precious little movement either through the air or off the pitch in this match.
The other thing is, Paul, is about the spin options for Surrey. Of course, they were without Will Jacks at the moment. Cameron Steele isn't what you'd class as a frontline spinner. Yes, he does bowl leg spin. He's the option for Captain Rory Burns to go with. But without Jacks, Verdi.
Yeah, well, they're a bit light on spin, aren't they? Dan Moriarty's another one. He was in the squad. He was in the squad for this this match.
He played in this fixture last year as well.
I'd go so far as to say the quality spinner would win you this match in these circumstances. You know, with 400 to get, 3.5 sessions to bowl.
In any red ball match, it's a bold strategy to go without any spin or frontline spin at all.
Well, it is, but if you haven't got any options available, then you know, what do you do? Steele actually has been rewarded for his bowling more than his batting in recent times. He won the Club Player of the Year in West Australia, more for his bowling than his batting.
We did see a couple of grip from Steele yesterday. Of course, the problem is he's got 2 right-handers at the crease. There's not a great deal of rough around there for him to work into. Completely different when Jennings and Wells were at the crease. Yeah, expecting to see seam for quite some time here.
It's 116 for 2. Kemar Roach, your favoured bowler, Charlie, is he's looking fairly languid and loose as he patrols the outfield, but he won't really enjoy the chill easterly breeze here. Hands in pockets with hand warmers in there, I would imagine. Jordan Clark again.
Those little hand warmer tea bag type of things, which you give them a shake and you stick them in the pocket for the next 6 hours of the day. You didn't have those. Those when you were playing? No, I didn't think so.
We didn't even have hot water bottles. We were still in the age of the warming pan. Our producer, who's still a little tender behind the ears, says, "What's a warming pan?"
It's even I know this.
Hot coals out the fire.
Hot coals out the fire into a sort
copper
of
pan.
Copper pan with a long handle. It used to have a long handle, like a pizza slice almost, that you see put into a wood oven. It's that sort of shape. Or a frying pan with a lid on that had a long handle that you used to put into the bed and it would warm.
His eyes are glazing over now, as probably most of our viewers are as well.
Well, it's probably because it's not involved with an app.
Yeah, the warming pan app. There we are. That's what we need.
I've seen barbecues actually now controlled by apps.
Oh, yeah.
Our producer is 44. I'm 46, and I know what one is.
You were brought up in the rural Midlands of England, weren't you? Out in were you Lancashire, weren't you?
Lancashire.
Yeah, Lancashire, of course you were. Yeah. Well, there you go then. Anyway, I've no idea how we got onto that. Oh, it was you with your tea bag hand warmers, that's what it was. No, we just used to put our hands in our pockets and that was it. Pair of long johns, vest, and that's it. Get on with it. Maiden, 116 for 2. Bowlers don't wear vests anymore, do they? They don't. It's shirt out. Jordan Clark now, short sleeve shirt outside the trousers, and that's it.
There was a period when I played, base layers were the thing. You know, those skins that you had, the tight fitting shirts, those lycra numbers that you used to stretch on and then wear under your shirt. But like, you're right, now Worrell doesn't seem to have anything underneath.
String vests. Bob Willis used to have a string vest. I used to wear a vest as well. Well, all bowlers wore vests to absorb the sweat, Charlie.
Well, now they will say that the modern fabric is breathable. It keeps you cool when you're hot and warms you up when you're cold.
Well, the theory about the vest flew out the window, didn't it? They used to get sopping wet with sweat and then freeze on your back.
Getting the vertebrae crunched prior to going out for another session.
Plenty of time to just ease that away into the leg side for Bohannon. Just a measure of the lack of pace in the pitch when you bang the ball in halfway down. He was on the back foot waiting for it.
I was just watching Jordan Clark in the previous over, And just the sort of line of the ball that he was bowling, just seemed to me there was a little bit of inward movement, reverse swing perhaps. And I wonder if that was what perhaps prompted the second. There were 2 slips prior to that delivery, but I just wonder if Surrey feel that there is a little bit out there. Old Trafford famous for reverse swing. You and Dominic were talking about it earlier.
They've done away with that second slip though, the square cover catching.
I mean, we saw.
Don't know whether that's reverse or just angle. He bowls from wide, doesn't he? Just slanting the ball back in. It's marginal if it's anything at all, isn't it?
Yeah, nothing in the realm of the Simon Jones delivery that we saw prior to lunch. It's also very, very fresh out there. Clean air, nothing really for the ball to grip onto.
Another over gone, 118 for 2. No lack of effort from Surrey's bowlers, and you wouldn't expect that. You've got to work hard to get a result here at Emirates Old Trafford, but you've also got to work hard to try and win a county championship, and there can be no letting up. I think if you look at the game in microcosm, the areas that have caused Lancashire to be in this position are just lack of concentration at various times with the bat. There was a flurry of wickets, 3 fell in the space of 10 minutes. Can't afford blocks of wickets to fall. I had 2 falling within the space of an over today. You like that, Charlie, that last delivery, don't you?
Yeah, again.
Just a bit of bounce.
A little bit of bounce. And I just again wondered if there was slight amount of away movement away from the right-hander. Oh no, no. Bit of cut off the surface. Hindsight is a wonderful thing. You do go back to yesterday and the timing of the Surrey declaration. Could they have been a little bit more assertive at the start of their innings, give themselves 4 full sessions perhaps?
Well, I think they probably could. I think they were determined not to allow Lancashire to win this game. They don't want to give Lancashire a sniff. But the way you get more time in the game, and you need time to bowl sides out on this sort of surface, is to bat quicker. That injects more time into the game, so you get ahead of the game by scoring more runs earlier on in it. Wide of the crease from Clark and right in the block hole. That's another thing that bowlers can do on a pitch that's giving them very little help at the batsman's end, is to vary their position of release at the bowler's end. And you don't have to do it by great degrees. You can work your way across the crease between return and stumps. Dennis Lilly was great at that, fantastic at that. Used to drag the batsman wider. He used to bowl spells where he'd just go wider by an inch per ball or an inch per over and drag you into playing at a ball wider of the stumps.
It's a great point, and I don't actually think enough bowlers do that. Perhaps worried that it might put them out of the rhythm, but you're exactly right. get a batter used to playing a certain line.
Again, another one wide of the crease. 119 for 2.
And there's that mindset as a batter you get into, where you're used to the line coming down, you know where your off stump is, what you can play, what you can't, and then getting into a situation when a bowler does go wide of the crease that you think you have to play it, the thing you don't have to. But you think you do, given the line that it's coming in at you. I'd like to see bowlers do that a lot more. And maybe one of the best exponents of it in the current game is actually on the field today in Kemar Roach. I think he uses the crease brilliantly.
Change of field with Croft on strike. The 2 slips in now, that square cover's gone. Good stop. Good stop. Still a comfortable run, even though they had to run quickly.
In any situation like this, you're looking at any small thing that can perhaps bring you success. I'm just looking at deep square. Now this pitch doesn't have a huge amount of pace. When it does get banged in, it sits up really, it's not flying through. And I don't wonder, and I realise that Worrell wants protection so he can attack the stumps. Bold LBW. But rather than necessarily having out in the deep, maybe to bring him up to an orthodox square leg perhaps. Actually encourage him to play the pull shot. He might, either by hand and Croft, might just put it back in the bag for the moment whilst the fielder's out there, and it's a wicket taking option. You've still got a long leg as well, and it still gives the bowler that protection. Just maybe trying to encourage a few more attacking shots.
Just to add to that, I'd have him out there for Croft, but not for Bahana. Croft's a bit of a, even now, 20 years after his debut, 18 years after, he's a compulsive hooker. And he got out in the first innings, playing the pull shot, top edge down to fine leg. So I'd leave the trap set for Croft and bring him in for Bahana.
So fortunate to have had 4 full days during what has been a fairly damp April. Shocking March, and we found a little pocket.
Yeah, it's all going to break tomorrow, isn't it? I think. Deliberately played that little sort of feathery glide down to third man. I'm not sure I like it. It's 120 for 2. So Charlie, you've got a bit of a project on at the moment, haven't you? You're looking at the state of club cricket throughout the country, how popular it is, how it's thriving or otherwise. What are you finding?
Well, it was something that was asked to do, so just to gauge, with no real agenda, just to gauge what's going on at the grassroots level across the country. I actually put a tweet out, and there was a huge response, and I was asking questions. Are you happy with the format? Do you like 50 overs or whatever it is you play? Some play timed cricket, some 45, etc. At the first team level, how is it in the villages? Volunteering, finances, travel times. Because it's probably been, well, it's been 12, 13 years since I last really played club cricket, and so really interested to see what's going on around the country. Now, with a project such as this, we can't go everywhere. We had so many responses. Something that, and the great news about that is it's something that still people are very, very passionate about, close to their heart, and that was the first thing that was hugely encouraging.
So you've had good response.
Yeah, very much.
Have you had any generally good findings, or is there a spectrum of responses?
There really is. There's lots of good things going on. I'll give you an example. The All Stars cricket programme. Clubs absolutely love it. Children love it. It's getting people down to the ground. It's getting bar sales. Parents coming down. You know, we're hearing some stories of as many as 150 children coming on a Friday night, learning about the game. Even just, you know, from a parent's point of view, they're active, they're running around, throwing and hitting and catching. They're enjoying a Friday evening down in a very nice setting, and the club are earning money over the bar or with barbecues, etc., etc. So that's been a real...
So that's the junior end, encouragement there.
Yeah, there is an addendum to that, where what I'm then finding is then, you know, when they're bringing those through to playing sort of harder ball cricket, there is a drop-off in the sort of 14, 15, 16-year-old. Generally speaking, format people are very happy with.
What do you mean format? 45, 50 overs?
Yeah, sort of
across the board.
Generally speaking, yeah. Over
even second and third team.
Well, at the first team level, let's say Premier League level, 50 overs seems to be fairly standard. When you move down the levels, it then does drop to 40, 45 overs. But one thing that is very clear to see is that T20 cricket at a weekend is something that's actually not wanted.
The ball well played. Another Yorker, or attempted Yorker anyway, just dug out. So T20 not popular, you don't think?
Not at the weekend.
Evening games?
Evening games, yes. And the reason behind that was that many people were of the opinion that, you know, if you go and travel to a game of cricket on a Saturday, you don't get much of a game. If you are batting at sort of 6, perhaps you might not get much of a game in a T20, and if you don't bowl either, then that's an aspect.
In the air, but safe.
There's Behannon surviving that trap that you were talking about, set for him, just falling short of deep square. A lively short ball though. Jordan Clark, not a huge amount of conviction in the shot. 124 for 2. So yeah, so this is what I found so far. I've only been one thing.
But you say there's no real agenda to. You're just doing an eyes and ears open survey, and you will make some conclusion, will you?
Absolutely. However, the conclusion that there has to be a sort of asterisk next to it. We can't go everywhere. What's happening in the northeast might be completely different to what's happening in East Anglia or the southwest, Cotswolds, etc. So we are focusing on 3 areas for now, but that's not to say we can't go to other places after we sort of collate all the information that we get. So we started in the northwest. We've been to Horwich Cricket Club. As Cameron Steele returns, this time from the James Anderson end. A leg slip and an orthodox slip in place.
Not bowled from this end before, and it begins by being slapped through extra cover for 4.
That's a gift. Lovely and loopy, lots of time for Bohannon to climb into it.
I'm glad to see Josh Bohannon playing that stroke. It got him out in the first innings to the same bowler, but he lent into that, committed himself to the stroke, whereas one that got him out was a little bit half-hearted, went back a bit on it. And again, wide of short extra cover. He might have got a bit of a finger on it, not enough to stop it going for 4 though. Successive boundaries then to Bohannon.
Well, it was a straighter line from Cameron Steele, but a similar type of air given to it. A very good looking start for Bohannon. Moves into the 40s.
We could have bet that was going to be slightly shorter. Just a single this time though.
So yeah, we started in the northwest, went to Horwich Cricket Club, Chorley Cricket Club, Sefton Park Cricket Clubs. I've spoken to lots of people around there. And the plan is to go to the Midlands, the Birmingham League, Leicestershire League, maybe somewhere down south in North London, and try and get as much information as we can, but understanding that it might not be the case in other leagues around the country. Things might work completely differently.
Well, you're looking at travel times for one, aren't you, in rural communities and big areas of the north compared to city areas, I suppose. That'll be one contrast.
Yeah, very much so. Great ball to finish with from Cameron Steele. 133 for 2. Yeah, very much. And what's also interesting for me to come back to the northwest, where I started my league cricket, he's still involved to a degree at the Cheshire County League, but how things have changed, the different nature of leagues, some amalgamating, some completely dispersing with the way things used to be, and how and that has had positive and negative results. But the one thing I do want to be taking a look at, and that's in the pipeline, is also the impact at village level. You know, not necessarily those who have got a huge amount of money, facilities, sponsors.
Clark again, who's looks to have actually changed tack in the last couple of overs, bowling with a bit more pace. Keeper's gone back. Slight variety in the field, a short extra and the short mid wicket, and just that one slip again, who's wide of the keeper. So what do you think? What just before we can probably carry on later on in the day, but what about participation levels across the board? Increasing, steady, declining? What?
Obviously, we're going for a very, very small sample size at the moment, and there will be data available again, which we will come up with sooner rather than later. But from what I've seen, it is a little bit more of a struggle in the village setup. A lot have had to actually fold There was a club that I used to play at in near Chorley, a club called White Coppice Cricket Club. That's now no longer exists. Quite a few in Southport, sub-district clubs, the Southport and District League. A lot of clubs have folded there. But actually what I'm also finding is that they are being picked up by bigger clubs. So Chorley Cricket Club, for argument's sake, has got running 4 Saturday teams, 2 Sunday teams. Sefton Park was very similar. Also running 2 women's teams, and that's another aspect. The women's sections in clubs now are starting to really bear fruit. Lots more footfall around the club. And I noticed that on numerous clubs and leagues that I've spoken to over the last couple of winters started up women's section, but not just in the juniors, but also the senior women's, and also both hardball and softball. So that's really encouraging. So those that are able to cater with facilities, if you've got a couple of grounds, or if you've got a ground that you can use as a 3rd or 4th 11 ground, that's obviously hugely encouraging for that particular club, but not enough data as yet to make a genuinely informed decision. But I've seen things that are really good and things that need to be looked at.
So watch this space then for dramatic conclusions from the Charles Dagnall report.
But it has been fascinating.
Yeah,
really has been fascinating to see what clubs are doing at the moment. I mentioned they've got other places to go, but the one thing that has impressed me hugely, well, is that the passion with which everybody who I've interviewed, you know, we probably did 7 or 8, 9 interviews so far for the pieces, and I've managed to just have chats 15-20 minutes with everybody. They've got lots to say on the subject.
Slightly aerial and not quite where he wanted it to go, but it's a way backward of point, and it's 4 more for Bahanan. This is good batting from him. He doesn't want to let, and Lancashire don't want to let Steele get into any sort of rhythm. There's the sole spinner in the Surrey lineup, the one who could pose a threat. Just to go after him a little bit. 3 boundaries to Bahanan in the space of an over and a half.
Deep point in place now. One thing I don't mind so much though from Steele is that he is throwing it up, giving it a chance.
Well, that's the benefit of having so many runs to bowl at, isn't it? And keep attacking, keep throwing the ball up, buy a wicket or 2. Bounced a little bit more, that one.
What's happening now?
.138 for 139 for 2 here. This is down at Lords. Middlesex playing Essex, and Middlesex not going too well. They're a wicket away from losing to Essex. 127 behind. Last man in, naught not out. Holman though 43. not out Luke Holman. But another result in the offing down there at Lords. Essex looking very comfortably placed.
Worth keeping an eye also on what's going on at Taunton. The first day was washed out, Somerset 284 all out on the second, Warwickshire made 392. You'd have thought that that was a sort of bonus point game and might have just petered out, but Somerset 41 for 3 in their second innings. They still trail by 67 runs. Warwickshire might fancy a sniff. That's Hassan Ali.
So that's Taunton for you. Whizzing around the country with our whistle stop reports. A few seagulls for you, just in case you were interested.
We're talking about going around the country. There you go. Different elements of it. Where are the gulls round here?
Well, you do get a few. You know, they come up the Ship Canal and all that. More pigeons than anything here. Very interesting, the club cricket scenario then, Charlie. I'm sure we'll chat about that a little bit later in the afternoon.
It genuinely has been great fun talking to people, getting out into the country and hearing their stories, their passion. In fact, they care so deeply about it.
Is the whole? You're making a documentary over on this?
We're not sure how it's going to sort of come out and what we're going to get, and we'll put it all together and let you know.
Okay, but it's there. It's bubbling.
Cinemas near you soon.
Yeah, that's right. $140 for 2.
No, thank you. What are you going there for?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. 10th over then for Cameron Steele, on for 36, change of ends. A couple of overs ago, so he's now bowling from the James Anderson end, 140 for 2. Lancashire still require 304, 8 wickets for Surrey. Good that Josh Behannon is still trying to play his shots. 47 from 92, Croft 20 from 82. A little bit of a misfield, they pick up a quick single. Good afternoon, Kate Cross.
Good afternoon, Dominic. How are you?
All good. What have you made of it so far? Lancashire fighting hard?
Yeah, it's been well, I've said it a few times, a game of attrition, hasn't it? It's been hard to come by wickets, but when they have come, they've kind of fallen in clusters. Lancashire have done well to consolidate this little period now.
little bit of drift. A little bit of drift, little bit of spin. I haven't seen too much spin from the main piece of the surface, so down the centre.
Yeah, we saw Matt Parkinson get a lot of spin from the rough outside the batters off stumps yesterday. He alluded to that in his post-match interview. Actually, he said it wasn't spinning from straight, but anything wide outside the off stump, he was able to get a bit of purchase.
Well, I'm wondering at some stage whether Cameron Steele decides to just go round the wicket, just the odd delivery here and there, and see if Croft or Bohannon want to play any sweep shots out of the rough, or any balls bounce, play at them. Of course they can kick it, but just change of angle every now and again. Another single, Bohannon on to 49 then. End of another over, 145 for 2. Surrey need a wicket, need to try and just give themselves a chance of going on to win this game, and they've gone with their overseas bowler Kemar Roach. Change of ends today. He took the new ball from the Brian Statham end. Two fielders on the leg side, man out on the hook as well. Short straight away.
Yeah, the Surrey is sticking with those two catching mid wickets as well. It goes to show how slow this pitch is. His catches are in front of the wickets rather than behind. Did see Ollie Pope drop Josh Bohannon on 6 earlier today. It was a tough chance, but you'd expect the likes of Ollie Pope to be taking those in the slips.
Very wide on the crease, Kemar Roach, when he delivers the ball. Always looking to try and hold the ball up, maybe if he can swing the ball out. We haven't seen too much swing. He's trying to create that angle from wide to get the batter to be playing as many times as possible. Gets a little bit of movement, then chances of a nick, bowled, LBW. Just like that. Wide of the crease, a little bit of movement. It's well played from Bohannon. It's another 50. Really good. His 16th 50 in first class cricket, and he has 9 fours in that 50.
Yeah, he's batted well this afternoon, Josh Bohannon. Argue that he gave his wicket away in the first innings, but he's certainly dug in here. Dropped earlier, as I said, on 6. He's cashed in now, got himself over the half-century mark.
Yeah, he's played well. Not an easy situation to come in with, obviously, that massive target set, 444. Started well, Lancashire, and then lost the 2 quick wickets of Wells and Jennings. He came in. He still tried to be aggressive. 9 boundaries in that 50. It's great to have you with us, Kate, because obviously we've had Jimmy Anderson in talking about how he's adapted with the style of McCullum and Stokes. Obviously I'm listening to you a little bit earlier with Charles Dagnall talking about how excited you are about test matches this year and playing Ashes, test match at Trent Bridge this year, 5-day test match. End of another over, folks. He's a little bit limpy. Let's have a look at Josh Bohannon. Plays well, doesn't he? He's an aggressive player and likes to hit boundaries.
Yeah, he really does, and it's like you said, it's a difficult situation when you're coming in trying to steady the ship, but he's looked to be positive when the ball has been there. A couple of examples here of any width. He really has jumped on and got the ball to the boundary. Him and Stephen Croft have put on a really valuable partnership here for Lancashire. That was his 50 moment just there.
Yeah, he's played well. Obviously did well with the Lions in Sri Lanka. Obviously he's on the radar of Rob Key and Luke Wright, who's now the men's selector. Yeah, just coming back to obviously the summer and looking forward. What are you working on at the moment? I know Jimmy Anderson, we always ask him what he's working on. What do you work on in the off season?
Yeah, I've actually had quite a busy winter working on my action. I'm probably known for being quite repeatable with what I do and often just stick to the basics of trying to hit the top of off stump. But I've had an interesting winter working with Matt Mason, our new bowling coach, and working on trying to swing the new ball. What's Matt been talking to you about mainly? What does he want you to do differently, or is he just trying to fine tune? Yeah, it is a bit of fine tuning, especially at the age I'm at now, ripe age of 31. So for me, it's probably similar to what Jimmy talks about in terms of you can't just halt. You have to keep ahead of the game. You have to keep moving, and for me, I think a lot of fast bowlers try and chase the brace front leg. I've never had a brace front leg, but I have been working quite a lot on the strength of it and trying to keep it as strong and stable as possible, which in turn helps me to be more repeatable and more consistent with the lines and lengths that I'm bowling. But the role that I had in the England one-day team for a long time was the middle overs phase, where obviously the ball doesn't swing as much, so I would revert a lot to the wobble ball. Trying to get the ball to move off the pitch rather than in the air. So it's been a new challenge for me, trying to move the new ball and swing the new ball. Obviously, Anya Shrubsole retired January last year, so that spot opened up to open the bowling for England, which is something that I've longed to do. And I've always been an opening bowler. It's been what I've done here and growing up playing for Lancashire and for Thunder.
So is he working on trying to get the wrist position right behind the seam in a position, fingers, anything changed, thumb position?
Oh, I'm bowling here. Yeah, this was at Lords last year, but I actually, that ball did swing, but the way I hold the ball naturally is in a wobble seam position. It's just how I was taught as a youngster. So I've actually had to learn to hold the ball differently, and it feels differently in the hand when you point in the seam towards the slips, and that was quite unusual for me. So it's actually just getting used to those kind of nuances, I guess, and it's for me it's learning how to do it. I actually had a really good chat with James Anderson just before Christmas around how he bowls, and he said how he does it might look very differently to how I do it, but it was fascinating listening to him talk about how he's still learning, different parts of his game as well.
Yeah, that day you're 4 for 26, weren't you, Lords? That was the third one-day international against India at Lords. That was the first time you were back from Lords since the 2007 World Cup, so it was a long 2017 World Cup, correction, and such a long time between that. But it was a great day. You obviously didn't finish off well, you lost the game, but great to be back there at that ground.
Yeah, it was, and I missed out on the 2017 World Cup, so I've not actually, that was my first game for England at Lords. It's obviously such a prestigious place to play, and we don't often get those opportunities in the women's game. We're starting to see them more now. The Ashes fixtures this year look really exciting, the grounds that we're playing at, your Edgbaston, Lords, Oval, etc. The test match at Trent Bridge, like you said. So yeah, it's a really great time to be a part of the women's game. It's being 31 and still getting firsts in my career, like playing at Lords for England. That's what you dream of as a kid when you're in the back garden playing with your brother and your sister. It's those games that you're playing in and making up in your head. So it was a great day for me. All my family got to come and watch, which was really nice. Would have been perfect if I'd got that last wicket, got on the honours board, but just not meant to be.
And but tell us about John Lewis. Obviously a lot of talk about Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes. What is John Lewis? Has he done anything different? Is he bringing in anything new?
Well, he's been part of the Stokes and McCullum era. He was in the dressing room and witnessed that, and obviously saw the Owen Morgan era with the white ball, and so he's come in and said he sees no reason why the women can't do exactly the same thing and create that energy around cricket and almost change the way the game is played. And he talks a lot to us about not being defined by wins and losses, but being defined by how you play the game. And that's a real shift for us in mentality of, looking with that positive spin on how you want to play the game. So as a bowler, you're always looking to take wickets in any format of the game. As a batter, you're always looking to put pressure on the bowlers. And so for us, it's practicing that now and practicing it under pressure as well. When we got to the semi-final of the World Cup in February just gone, I think we probably went back to what we knew. And unfortunately for us, that was probably where we lost the game. But it's been great to have his energy come in, and obviously we've seen it firsthand with the men's team, how they've turned it round in white ball cricket. They've set the tone, they've set the precedent for how it looks, and other teams have had to follow. And for a long time now, we as an England team have been chasing the Australians. They've set the standard for the gold standard for what team sport looks like, I think. So for us, we're the hunters at the minute, and we're trying to find ways to beat them.
One edge. Whether that carried to leg slip. First time we've seen that field. He's been there for a long time, but not sure it carried.
It's a really good plan from Kemar Roach here, coming wide of the crease and angling the ball into Croft's pads. Didn't quite carry. Ollie Pope there at leg slip. That angle on the crease just allows him to bring that fielder into play.
Well, it sounds like, because we had Jimmy Anderson in here, and he talked about how Ben Stokes, it's not about the mindset where when he first started bowling was all about keeping it tight and creating pressure, whereas Stokes and McCullum just want wickets. Sounds like Lewis is exactly the same, just wants bowlers, forget about what's gone on, we just take 20 wickets or 10 wickets in a one-dayer, or we take wickets in 2020 as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. He says as long as he can see our game plans while he's sat in the dressing room, and he can see how we're thinking about taking wickets with the fields that we're setting, then he's happy. Obviously it's difficult to control. You know what it's like. You can bowl the spell of your life and pick up no wickets and bowl a load of rubbish and you end up with a threefer. So it's just more that flipping mindset for us about just trying to be positive all the time. And ultimately that what we want to do is get bums on seats and get people excited about the women's game and selling tickets, because historically that's where we've been told that you can't get the pay rises, you can't get these bonuses because you aren't attracting fans to the arenas. But actually what we're seeing is that change a lot now with with the likes of the 100. We saw our crowds increase significantly last year from the first year. We've seen with the ticket sales of the Ashes how much they've gone through the roof, and that's purely down to the fact that we've been marketed for the first time alongside a men's Ashes, which granted does help. There's a lot of excitement. But for me, it is just the exposure and the visibility that's being created now. And the amount of times I go on Twitter and see, people have tagged me in pictures of their young kids, their young daughters picking up bats and balls now because they've seen that women play cricket. And it's obviously not just cricket. We saw the excitement with the Lionesses last summer with the Euros. They've had more success in the recent weeks as well. And yeah, like I said, just women's sport is it's fantastic to be a part of at the moment. You're almost in a little bit of a bubble, and I appreciate that when I retire and take a step back, I'll probably see the bigger picture and see how fantastic it's been to be a part of that from the very beginning. I've got to remember we only turned professional in 2014. It's not even been 10 years of professionalism of women's cricket in the UK yet. So it's still very early in our journey.
Well, there was a little bit of a delay because of whether it was a shoulder or something was wrong with Josh Bohannon. First ball back, big full toss, puts it away for 4. So the physio Sam came on, gave him a bit of a shoulder rub. Cameron Steele gave him a bit of a early Easter present as well.
Yeah, we've not seen many loose deliveries from the Surrey bowling attack, but Josh Bohannon put that away as soon as he saw it coming down. He moves on to 59.
Still got a long time to go though. Still only young as a bowler, 31.
I do feel like I'm probably physically in my peak. I feel like I'm in a good place. And I remember when I think I turned 28, and my dad, who used to play professional football, sent me a message to say happy birthday. And actually from 28 to 32 they were his best years. And I've definitely seen a similarity in that. I feel like I'm the most confident that I've been. And also the experiences that you get. I remember one of my first county seasons here at Lancashire. We played 6 games, and that was our summer, and we were done. And now cricket's coming thick and fast, and you do all your learning out there. You can't really create pressure in a net situation or in practice. And we've always argued that there's always this talk about equal pay, but we just want equal opportunity and equal chances to get out there and learn and get better. We're not daft. We know that we've got to play exciting cricket for people to come and watch.
Oh, bit of spin, bit of bounce as well.
How old were you when you retired?
I was 40. 40 was my last year in professional cricket, 2011 for Hampshire.
Was it at that point you were thinking of pursuing the ice skating career?
End of another over anyway. I think 160 for 2. Yeah, that came actually before I retired, dancing on ice. No, I probably could have gone another year as well. My father passed away in 2011, and I'd just done mentally anyway, and I just thought it was the right time to go. Age 40 and still trying to bowl and running in is quicker than you actually bowl the ball. It's time to go. So, but I loved bowling. I think what you said there, I felt from the age of 28, I understood my body, understood about how to bowl. I felt really good for about, I'd say, 7 years. And then towards the last 5, it was more about understanding what I needed to do to just repeat every ball as we do, that repeatable action. So I think, I watched Jimmy Anderson. I'm in awe of Jimmy Anderson. I remember when Jimmy Anderson first came to Lancashire, I was here and he couldn't swing the ball out. Could not swing the ball out. Worked with Mike Watkinson and turned into what he's turned into now, and he's, you talk to him now, you'll still say he's trying to learn, like we all try to do towards the end.
Oh, right, okay.
Another county result then. Middlesex have lost against Essex. They were bowled out for 210. Tim Murtagh was the last man out for 6. Porter with more wickets, 3 for 34. So Essex win that game by 97 runs.
Yeah, it was fascinating, the session that I did with James Anderson just before we went over to the West Indies. I actually didn't have a box of balls with me. Our coach Stephen Parry had left them in his car, and Jimmy let me use the Red Dukes that he was bowling with at the time. And obviously they help to see, you see this ball swinging a lot more, and they generally do a lot more, especially in an indoor centre in December. You're not getting much from the air, but watching him bowl, I then thought I can do that. So he's talking to me a lot about wrist position. And I think I might be right in saying that he's one of the only bowlers that actually uses his second finger to release the ball. That's how he gets the ball to move. But what I found when I'm learning to swing the ball is that my wrist position would go quite quickly, and I would then be firing the ball down the leg side because I was trying to get it to do too much. And he just spoke about how strong that position needs to be in order to keep the seam upright and get it to move through the air, which, like I said, is a new skill for me to be learning because I'm so used to trying to rip down the back of the ball.
So when you're talking about the wrist position, obviously Jimmy Anderson, it's all about getting the wrist back, cock that wrist back and getting the fingers behind the ball. Is that what you're what Jimmy was talking to you about?
Yeah, so obviously as a bowler you do want that wrist to be nice and strong, because if you lose that then the ball is going to react to what you do. But what I found was, because I'm so used to trying to rip down the back of the ball to get it to move off a straight, I would actually then just lose the wrist when I was trying to swing it. And it probably sounds a bit counterproductive if you think, you're trying to get the ball to swing away. You want to be going almost to the left, to the left of your bowling action with it. But actually, if you keep yourself nice and strong and nice and straight, the ball does the work. You don't really need to do a great deal of work with your wrist and your fingers. But it's obviously just great to listen to someone like him talk to me about swing bowling and help out.
Well, a lot of bowling coaches will talk about it's got a lot to do with this. I'm not a big believer that this has to be in a certain place, as in the front arm, when I'm saying this. Because I think about somebody like your bowling coach, Matt Mason. He used to have a really open action, but because his wrist was in a perfect position, he was a little bit slingy, he could swing the ball out and swing the ball in because it was perfect. Somebody like Malcolm Marshall had a very open action, pace, and because he had a brilliant wrist position cocked behind it, he was able to swing the ball out at pace. And then all you do, because the late Malcolm Marshall came to Chesterfield once because Kim Barnett asked him to work with me because I couldn't swing the ball in, and he just said something really simple. He said, stop worrying about changing wrist position, just push your fingers further over the ball to actually break your wrist instead of getting it behind, and that will eventually, it may not swing in, but it will just push it in a little bit. Everything else is the same. Don't change anything, don't jump wide, don't open up, just that's all you slightly have to do. So that's something that as I got older it came to be a little bit more natural. I wasn't a big in swinger, but I'd just push it back in.
I think sometimes we fall into the trap, especially when you get to watch the likes of James Anderson bowl, because he can swing the ball a significant way, is that you think you have to do that, whereas actually what I've learned is it's all about subtleties. You only have to show a batter that you can move the ball away from the bat, and that gets in their head, and they're thinking then about the slips being in play and their outside edge being in play, and then you've only then got to get one to nip back in, and you've caught them stuck on the crease. But I think because you get to see Jimmy Anderson bowl so often on TV and see him hooping it, you think that you have to recreate that, whereas I think what I've learned, like I said, is just it's more the subtle differences that can trick batters, because as soon as you show them that you've got an away swinger, similar with a bouncer, as soon as they know you've got a bouncer, then that's always going to be in the back of their mind.
Absolutely. That's hence why Surrey now are just trying to go short here. They're just trying to mix it up a bit, try and get themselves a wicket, put Lancashire under pressure. hoping that the likes of Bohannon and Croft take it on and do what Croft did in the first innings and hit it in the air, or Luke Wells. I think it's great being a bowler. I loved bowling. It hurt, of course, at times, and it's not easy. You get sore and stiff, and there's wickets which are flat, but just the fact you've got 6 chances to take wickets.
And often, certainly in games, the longer format of the games like this one, you've got the opportunity to keep coming back, and if you have a poor spell, you can come back and rectify that. It's less so of that in the T20 format, where you just get pongoed around the ground.
Not always 6 balls though, is it? In the 100
No.
it could be 5 or even 10 if you get 2 sets together.
Yeah, I actually found that a really interesting part of the 100 was, you'll know this being a bowler, but you often try and set your overs up, so you wouldn't necessarily bowl a slower ball to get out of your over. I always got taught to bowl those kind of balls in the middle, and you want to try and bowl dot balls or single balls at the end to get in and out of your overs, and then suddenly you've lost a ball to do that, so the whole manufacturing of your over has changed because you've lost the ball. So I found that quite interesting actually in the first year.
Six fielders then on the leg side to Sean Abbott. Bat pad in place, a leg slip, square leg, deep square leg, wide mid on, and a fine leg. So definitely trying to just mix it up with short and full, straight. No ball. Big effort this from Sean Abbott. Remember, this is the first championship game of the season. 20 overs in the first innings for Abbott. He's coming to the end of his 10th. And what have they got? 3 days before they go again.
Sean Abbott obviously coming off the back of the Australian summer though. He's been donning the Australian colours, representing them, so he's got probably a little bit more cricket under his belt than some of the English lads might have.
Yeah, well bowled. A little bit of reverse swing, but played quite comfortably by Stephen Croft. 163 for 2.
That's the ball that you want to be careful of, isn't it? You've got the plan in your head as a batter. You know it's going to be short stuff, but it's the follow-up delivery that is the important one, and you've got to make sure you keep that one out, which Stephen Croft did very well there. I think they've batted well together, these two. They've put on a substantial partnership, which was very much required from the Lancashire dressing room. There were 2 batters who arguably gave the wicket away in the first innings, so they've been looking to rectify that as well.
Well, that's the delivery that he wants to bowl. Difficult height, hasn't got a leg slip in place, and because of the angle, it's not easy to play. Bohannon just struggled, just came back. He's just talking to Croft there, saying, yeah, the ball came back.
Yeah, they've taken that leg slip out, and it was Ollie Pope, and he's in like a fly, fine leg. I've often seen that fielding position. They've got 5 people ready for a catch out there on the leg side.
And then this one just goes away, doesn't it? One that came back, one that went away, so there's definitely just something's happening. They've gone to their 2 overseas bowlers, Surrey, realising now's the time. They've got to try and break this partnership.
I think if I was Kemar Roach at this stage, I'd maybe look to come around the wicket. Also, just, if nothing else, to have a go at making those footmarks outside the off stump a little bit more aggressive for Cameron Steele to bowl that.
Straight to that fielder, quick single, good from Croft, backing up. Ollie Pope, who is, that short fine leg type scenario for that hook or that sweep, pull. Good from Croft. 2 weeks' time then till your first game. A warm-up game tomorrow. Where's that at?
Yeah, we're at Ormskirk tomorrow, playing against one of the Lancashire lads' age group teams. I think what we found, I alluded to it earlier, is that you just need cricket under your belts, don't you? We went on a pre-season tour, which was incredible. We got to do a week in Dubai and then a week in Mumbai.
Yeah, tell us about Mumbai. That must have been
brilliant.
brilliant.
It was fantastic, yeah. It's well played by Croft. But yeah, it was great. We got to play at Sachin Tendulkar's home ground, in the centre of Mumbai, in the hustle and the bustle of the city. People on their way to work were stopping to watch. So I imagine there probably aren't many girls' teams playing around there at the minute. But yeah, it was great. We've obviously had a long winter in the indoor school. And only recently, I don't know if you've been in there actually, but they've changed the flooring recently.
Funny enough, no, I've not been in that indoor school for a while.
We've opted for a white floor now, which is interesting when we play a lot of white ball cricket. Scores 164 at the end of the over.
Why a white floor?
I'm not sure. You'll have to ask Mark Tilton that one. So yeah, obviously it's a long old slog in the winter of the indoor school, and our girls have worked very hard in there. So to get out and in the sunshine and get some cricket under the belts and practice everything that's been going on through the winter and put it into place in different conditions. Obviously a lot drier out in India. Certainly doesn't look as warm out there as it did when we were in India.
No, the cloud has come in. The cloud has come in, so it's just gone a bit chillier. Not sure. Charles Dagnall saying 17 degrees at the top of the show. It's only been anywhere near 17 degrees. 7, yes.
What I will say is, I think it goes to show the consistency and the willingness to, put into the women's game from Lancashire here. They've really supported us. We've got our own shirt sponsor who helped us get over to India and to Dubai. And without people sponsoring the game and funding us, then we're not going to get these opportunities. So it is just a great club to be a part of, and they've really supported us.
Nice shot. Big half volley that just came back in to Bahanan. Probably will just be pulled up inside. Yes, so 3 runs. Yeah, that must be probably the first pre-season tour for a women's side, wouldn't it?
The girls went over to Dubai last year as well, but it's certainly the first time that I think a domestic team has gone over to India. We've toured there a lot as an England team, but yeah, it's incredible from the club. And like I said, it's great to have those opportunities. As we're saying, that the 100 partnership is brought up between Bahanan and Croft. Continuing with the short ball option here, Sean Abbott. I think he's had a fantastic game. He spoke in an interview I saw on the Surrey Twitter account about how he felt like he owed the club. He came over a few years ago and picked up an injury and only played 1 county championship fixture. Had to go back home. He bowled superbly in that first innings, and he's doing the same again here today.
Bowled. Only 2 fielders on the offside. He rolls a ball that goes away from Stephen Croft. Seven fielders on the leg side here now. Just shows what a good wicket there's been. Yeah, it's not been pacey. You wouldn't expect that in April, but it's just been such a good wicket. Have to work so hard as a bowler to get wickets, and as a team to get 20 wickets.
I think having an incredible amount of rain in March has meant the covers have been on for a long time, and it just completely dried up. Got the big hover cover here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Ball that just went away. End of another over. 60 overs gone. Lancashire 167 for 2. Two seamers out. Two seamers in.
Shouts a catch, and it's just gone beyond short leg and dropped in front of the straightish mid-wicket. Kemar Roach knows how close this was. Good piece of bowling, banged in, awkwardly played. And it's just not happening for Surrey, Paul Allott.
No, it's a good effort from Kemar Roach. That bounced and nipped back. Josh Bohannon, all he could do is flap and fend it away. Ball landing right in the middle of 3 Surrey fielders. Unfortunate for Surrey.
That's just lifted a little as well. As we mentioned before, no shortage of effort from these seamers. Ball that is 60 overs old. Quite a lot of energy behind that one.
7-2 leg side field's interesting one, isn't it?
I like the fact they're not waiting for things to happen. They're trying to make it happen. So short leg. Fielder's sort of directly behind him on his left shoulder. That's Dom Sibley. Just forward of square leg. A short mid wicket, and then you've got 3 back for the mistimed pull or hook. 2 right back on the rope, and then 1 just around about halfway. Taking it on safely into the turf from Bohannon. This partnership over 100 now between these two. Came together when both Wells and Jennings departed in quick succession. They play very well. Okay, it's been an excellent day's cricket.
Yeah, I'm just wondering at the wisdom of Bohannon taking this on. I suppose because the pitch is dead, if you like. It's difficult to get out of the way of the ball, not play the stroke. Similar sort of attack to Croft now.
Is it worth maybe actually coming round to Bohannon and with this field?
Well, the ball, it's interesting. The ball then, I suppose you've got to bowl it almost behind the batsman, haven't you? The back of his shoulder blades rather than anywhere else, because otherwise it's just going to go offside. I think if you're going to have a go as a batsman, you might just stay leg side of it and try and flap it over down to third man. There's nobody down there.
Good over from Kemar Roach. 1 run coming from it. 168 for 2. Barely misses a day. The roses round the straw hat. And I think 17 degrees was a little optimistic. That's what I read on the forecast. However, a blanket of grey has come over and the overcoats firmly buttoned up.
Well, I haven't seen these fields since 1932. Bodyline in Australia, 7 on the leg side.
Big appeal, but inside edge.
You used to have a load of leg slips though in Bodyline. You can only have 2 men behind square on the leg side now. That's a deep fine leg and a backward square. it's an interesting theory when the pitch is dead. You'd probably more expect this when there's a bit of life in the pitch.
Maybe that previous ball was a case in point where it didn't quite get up. So Bohannon is perhaps expecting something not head height from that length, but maybe sort of around the chest, top of the chest, and it might just keep that little bit low. Hits a bit of debris and scoot through. And that's what they're hoping for, Surrey. Some kind of breakthrough, whether it be through fortune or skill. Remember they had opportunity in the last over, just falling beyond short leg. And again, taking it on. Just be one for Bohannon.
Yeah, taking it on, and with only one on the boundary behind square, I suppose Josh Bohannon's thinking it's a fair option, because 1, 2, 3, 4 fielders in front of square catching. Perhaps in a way more of a challenge for Stephen Croft, who's known as a puller and hooker of the ball.
You mentioned, on a different topic, we were talking about bowling wide of the crease earlier on. You mentioned Dennis Lilly and those famous pictures of his with the umbrella field of slips, and it's almost, you put a mirror down, he's now got an umbrella of mid-wickets.
Yeah. Yes, it's not a field you see too often, but these things now occur more readily in modern cricket.
Well, Surrey have got this little spell which Lancashire need to negotiate. They've obviously set the plan, they've talked about it, but it actually, bowling this numerous amount of short pitch deliveries is a big effort from the bowlers. They do have a new ball due in 20 overs time, 18 after this.
Almost be too late then, unless they get a breakthrough before then. Surrey have really got to go for it, which they are doing. 169 for 2. Throwing absolutely everything at Lancashire now, and quite right. They need at least 2 wickets before the new ball, probably 3, for it to make a big difference. That long ago when you were restricted to the number of fielders you could have on the leg side. It's certainly in my era when I was playing, you only have 5 on the leg side.
I just feel that something is bubbling here for Kemar Roach.
Tell me why, if you're going to be aggressive and you want to get the ball hit, why don't you stay leg side and hit it through the offside? Yeah, or ramp it down to third man, whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. That's been guarded nicely. Might not have enough to go to the boundary. And Steele herring after it. Yeah, I agree.
Well, a little bit like that. I know the line was off stump there, but it was a perfectly safe shot just to steer the ball into the offside.
firmly in behind it. Josh Behan, 69 not out he is. Do you remember ever having periods of time of bumper warfare when you're
well, playing for Lancashire, with Akram and Patterson playing and De Freitas and me trying to bowl them at 60 miles an hour. But you did used to get in I mean, the pitches were a little bit quicker than this, but you did get games and times when they were flat and it was futile, or there was an element of futility where you just had to run in and bang it in. Yeah, I think it succeeded very, very often in my memory, but there we are.
I think you do yourself a huge disservice. Well, that's quite the sort of fearsome attack when you think the names that you've mentioned. Little edge again onto pad, falls safe. Kemar Roach frustrated. He feels that there's a breakthrough not far away, but Bohannon is resolute. 171 for 2.
Yeah, there was a time when Pete Murren, who sadly no longer with us, but the groundsman here before, Matt Merchant, was putting these pitches down. He used to leave grass on them. We had an epic encounter against Worcester one year in the mid-80s where there was Dilly, Radford, Botham, Newport playing for Worcester, and Patterson, De Freitas, Alec Watkinson for Lancashire, and it was quick and bouncy. I remember Patrick Patterson hitting Graham Hick on the side of the head and he never moved until he got hit, that is. But Worcester came out on top in that game. Graham Dilly got, sadly he's no longer with us either, is he? He got 5 for in the second inning, 4th innings of the match to win the game. So it maintained its pace and it carried. It was a fantastic pitch to play on, except that at the time we thought it was just a bit too quick and a bit too sporty. But the general consensus between the two sides was if we played on pitches like that more often, then it would be just about the perfect thing. But it took a bit of getting used to.
That is very short from Abbott. He's decided to go round the wicket now. If you ever get a chance to have a look at Patrick Patterson, I'm sure on video sharing websites there's footage around, and there is. I've watched it. He's a fabulous bowler to watch. I remember watching him as a youngster, coming down to Old Trafford as a kid, watching Patterson and Akram.
Well, when he got into his delivery stride, he had a huge. He lifted his front leg, so you could see the sole of his boot and about 12 studs glinting in the sunshine, and the boot was probably at chest height. And then he slammed that foot down and delivered these thunderbolts. He was the quickest bowler I've fielded to at slip. I remember catching one at slip at Lord's, and it was the only time I could actually feel the ball trying to force its way through my hands. I caught it as perfectly in the middle of my hands as I could do, and it was still trying to get out. Heavy, fast ball.
Yeah, those studs looking at the batter, and then the real whip from that arm and body, and big gap in the front teeth, a big grin coming down at you. If you survived one, there's another one coming. Fabulous bowler to watch.
When he was playing in the first team, of course, we used to have Wasim Akram in the second team, just to give all the young lads a bit of a hurry up.
Imagine that. You know, just making your way in the game. Play a twos game at some club ground. Wasim Akram is rocking up. It was still the same. Concludes another over full of effort from Sean Abbott. Maiden it is for him, and it's 171 for 2. You can see that blanket of cloud just across the top of Manchester. Ben Folkes, I think, is actually having a helmet brought out, so more standing up for him, you would imagine, in his future. Cameron Steele is coming on to have a bowl. That was always the case. I remember coming into the county scene and on trial matches, and you were in the second team with whichever county you were trialling for, and it was always the whispers. Oh, is Somerset, or are they bringing Van Troost, or he's not playing in the, or X or Y wasn't playing in the first team, and you wondered if they were going to be turning out for the twos, and a torrid 4 days was in your future.
So, bodyline suspended for the time being as Cameron Steele comes on. With more of his leg breaks at his favoured end. He didn't have a particularly good time bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end. 2 short extra covers, a short mid-wicket and a slip. The threatening fielders.
Quite a round arm start from Steele. And you would imagine that he can settle in for a little while now after those bursts from Roach, and we'll see if Abbott gets many more from the James Anderson end. They've still got Jordan Clark, Daniel Worrell to turn to. Now with the new ball 16 overs away. You've got to commend Lancashire as well. Yes, of course, there's not a huge amount of sideways movement off the surface or pace in it. No great swing because it's very fresh and chilly out there. But you're still on a 4th day pitch. Still right at the start of the season, and both of these batters have played very, very well indeed.
How many balls have we seen misbehave, Charles? In the whole game, probably half a dozen, if handful. That.
You talked about the nature of the surfaces historically here at Old Trafford when the square was flipped round 90 degrees, and well bowled, very nicely bowled. Good pace from Cameron Steele.
Yes, I think he just has to sit in trying to do that more than anything else. Don't try and force it or bowl with too much variation. I was talking about variation with Dominic earlier on this morning, and this is a classic case of the leg spinner, just to get into a bit of rhythm and try and bowl a set of balls.
Yeah, from the other end, he was a little bit guilty of bowling too full. Cameron Steele. I think he's got a little bit more to play with from this end of the over. 176 for 2. I think the nature of the pitches that Matt Merchant has produced with pace and bounce over the last couple of seasons, especially here at Old Trafford, has been superb. Some fabulous cricket pitches last year. Trust the bounce, good carry, a little bit of sideways movement. Does a very, very good job, and with indifferent weather to deal with from time to time. It's a big effort from Sean Abbott. Might be just given the one more of this. Well, 13 overs in total, but you've got to remember they may want to have a blast with him when the new ball is available. So already victories in the books for Hampshire yesterday in Division 1. Kent making good progress against Northamptonshire. Require 88 runs to win with 7 wickets in hand. And Essex are on the board as well with victory over Middlesex at Lord's today. Somerset are almost on level terms, but they're 5 down in their second innings. Warwickshire hoping to try and run through them. Still a little bit of time left in the day as well, so that game is not done and dusted by any stretch. Worcestershire into Division 2 require 67 runs to win. They are 124 for 1 in their second innings. Back over the wicket to Stephen Croft. Glamorgan require 309 runs more to win against Gloucestershire, who declared their second innings on a mammoth 569 for 7. Sussex overcame Durham by 2 wickets. Keep an eye on events at Headingley. Leicestershire 184 for 2. In 44 overs, they require another 204 runs to win against Yorkshire. Yeah, the mighty rip-roaring Foxes. Colin Ackerman at the crease. Rishi Patel is 74 not out, but Ackerman 58 from 69 deliveries. 205 runs to win. I wonder what Nixon, the head coach, is going to be chatting to them at lunch. It might be a little bit too much to do, but they've been very, very positive. And to come away with something at Yorkshire, be a good start for them. Shouts a catch. Is there a nick? Abbott thinks so. Folks think so. The most important person who doesn't think so is David Milnes.
I think there was just a hint of desperation in that shout. Mind you would do, wouldn't you? Everybody up. And they would be as well.
I'm with you.
What's he doing?
There used to be a very vocal supporter actually down at Grace Road. He's passed away numerous years back, called Lewis. Used to wear big Hawaiian shirts.
He used to hide behind the sight screen.
He used to hide behind and just shout out.
That's right. Yeah.
And one of his favourite, when Leicestershire took a wicket, it was brandy time. And then whenever there was an appeal from the opposition, it was stop your begging. Just fancy that just came off the thigh. Stephen Croft.
Ben Folkes wasn't convinced, was he? It was a bit half-hearted, that.
That could well be 4. Just placed nicely and then spun on the second bounce away from the onrushing deep cover fielder. You were here I wasn't here for the Lancashire first innings, but had a look at the highlights and some pretty wishy-washy type of dismissals.
Well, yeah, that'll be the thing that will really annoy Lancashire at the end of this game, I think, whichever way it goes. That they got themselves out of the picture by gifting wickets. In the first innings, there was a spell right in the middle. They went from 196 for 5 to 197 for 8, which did them no favours at all. But even prior to that, batsmen gifted their wickets away.
Well, this will please Glenn Chappell, though. I mean, granted, it's saving a game rather than dictating it, but the application that all batters have shown. Both openers seeing off the new ball for at least 20-odd overs. Early season, time in the middle.
Well, that's a factor as well. The batters haven't had any time out in the middle, any match practice prior to this, and it just takes a little bit of something just to twig that this is, you know, your innings and you get one chance. Might sound obvious, but when you've been batting in nets or in practice sessions, you can just get away with things. Anyway, lesson seems to have been learnt to a degree. Anyway, Bohannon and Croft going along okay. I think Luke Wells might consider that he's got himself out twice in the match, flashing at a wide one in the first innings and helping one into fine legs hands in the second. Maybe I'm being a bit harsh.
A little bit of movement behind the arm of Sean Abbott. Just someone just popping into the pavilion.
Just on that balcony, are they, above the sight screen?
Oh, sent back. Rightly so. Let them. Could have picked up one eventually, but content to stay where they are. Fabulous coming onto the ground, Walt, to see the advancement of the new build as well on the far side.
You like that, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Replacing the Chewett stand. The new...
It was due.
Well, it's a hotel extension, but it's going to be members' facilities and a stand in front of it. Museum and shop below onto the road. So I think that'll be the final piece in the Emirates Old Trafford jigsaw.
Really has seen some change over the last couple of decades or so. Make real bold.
Well, less than that. 2011 really was when it all started. 12 years.
Yeah, you're right. There's going to be a seating section for supporters at the front of it. The sound will really envelop a world-class facility. It's going to be. The concerts coming this year. Are you having concerts? Pulled away forcefully. Will go to the boundary for 4. Bohannon into the 80s.
Arctic monkeys are here. I know that. Not in my top 5.
Tell you what, they're in a lot of people's top 5.
Oh, they will be.
Big name coming.
Of course they will be.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, they're not in mine, so you know that's fair enough.
Oh my gosh. No ball called.
Kate's telling me it's just the Arctic monkeys and nobody else.
What sort
Kate
of stuff
will be there, she says.
She likes a bit of Arctic monkeys.
She does. Rolling Stones, me.
Oh,
I saw them over the road at Old Trafford a couple of years ago.
I went
Fantastic.
to see them.
Fantastic.
Main Road.
Main Road, that must have been 20 years ago.
Yeah, it was. The Steel Wheels Tour, I remember that. Saw Queen at Main Road as well.
Robbie Williams started it all off here 25 years ago, probably.
Amazing to see how a lot of counties putting on concerts. Great area with which to do it. I think Rod Stewart. I think Rod Stewart's doing Durham this year. Elton John did Derby and Leicestershire. Just hearing from the back that Boyzone did Derby. That's
it's more your area of expertise, this, Charlie, isn't it? Get your guitar. How many guitars have you got in your car this trip?
I've not brought one with me.
Oh my word!
I know, but I've got 5 in total. I can't play any of them.
On a break. Changing as well. It's a shambles. Which is on about guitars and the rolling.
Cameron Steele continuing from the Brian Statham end. Currently wicketless. Coming into his 15th over of the second innings of this game. Will you be coming and seeing the Arctic Monkeys?
No, I don't mind them. I won't be coming. It was just interesting to hear Paul Allott and Charles Dagnall talking about his guitars. You missed out on that?
I've really enjoyed seeing Sean Abbott and fast bowlers come around the wicket with that short ball ploy to, more than anything, just create a few more footholds outside the right-handers off stump for Cameron Steele to bowl that.
Well, on flat pitches, that's what you've got to try and do, to just create something, because at the moment, you know, it's too easy for Lancashire because there's nothing in the surface, so hence why they've had to go round the wicket, set leg side fields, try and go short. It's been such a good wicket.
It's also just another angle for the batter to contend with, isn't it, with that short ball. Almost that body line, it's coming at you constantly. I think these two have played absolutely superbly. Over 100-run partnership now between Bohannon and Croft. The end of another over. Lancashire 191 for 2. Are you an IPL fan?
Yeah, I love IPL. Absolutely love it. And big news today, wasn't there?
Yeah, big news. Gujarat Titans playing against the Kolkata Knight Riders. And we've seen a mega finish. 28 needed off the last 5 balls. Rinku Singh steps up and hits 5 sixes to win the game.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to go to the IPL a couple of times. I commentated late 2000, probably 2008 while I was still playing, and then lucky enough to go back with Sky and do a bit of roving reporting around the outside. So great experience, great crowds, some really good games.
So for the fans out there, Gujarat Titans put on 204 for 4 in their 20 overs, and KKR 207 for 7. It was Yash Dayal that conceded those 5 sixes, ended on 0 for 69 off 4. It's tough being a bowler, isn't it? Seeing Rory Burns come into the attack.
Well, I think it's a little bit of off spin, trying to use the rough that's created and the seamers going round the wicket. Got to try something. You tried Dom Sibley in that first innings.
Got 10 minutes or so before the tea break. Maybe just looking for a lack of concentration from the Lancashire batters. Something different to think about. Just an easy single for Croft. He's packed a very long time. He's 31 off 140 balls. It's been a big partnership between Bohannon and Croft. And we're just 10 overs away from the new ball. Should be something else the Lancashire batters got in the back of their mind to navigate.
You must have watched the women's IPL as well, which was brilliant, really. Some of them games.
Yeah, it was great. It was great to see, actually. It's something that we've cried out for a long time now in the women's game.
Great for Charlotte Edwards as well, Lydia Greenway as well, coaching staff.
Yep. Has to take it on, Bohannon. He's just struggled when the ball's been that length in the last half an hour or so. Rory Burns ends his first over, 192 for 2.
I was about to say that, actually. Nat Siva Brunt as well, who was part of that winning team as well.
I'll tell you what, she is in the form of her life
Oh,
at the minute. She's
absolutely.
had an unbelievable 12 months, and having said that, she had a little bit of time away from the game at the end of our summer last year. A bit of mental fatigue crept in with the amount that we're all playing now.
Yeah, that happened at Trent Rockets, didn't it? She was captain, and then I think it was just a build-up. A lot of cricket, it's hard. Like you say, the exposure now that the women's game has. And mental fatigue will come into it because of the fact it's just day in, day out. It's hard. It's really hard. So hard.
For our generation of cricketers as well, we're still that group of players who had cricket as their hobby, and it then became our jobs. Cameron still just really challenging that leg stump line to Stephen Croft, and so we're just seeing a few of the footholes managed to get in a bit of purchase from.
Great job though, isn't it? Great job.
Oh, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Getting to travel the world playing cricket with your mates, experiencing different cultures. Outside edge, just gone past the right hand of Rory Burns at slip. And Bohannon moves to 85 now.
Well, Surrey need to try and get 2 wickets somehow before the tea break. 2 wickets. And remember then there's a new ball due in 9.2 overs as well. Everything would have to go their way on this surface. I think Paul Allett and Charles Dagnall talked about how many balls had misbehaved in these first 4 days, and it's a handful, isn't it? So you'd expect, unless something crazy happens and Lancashire gift them some wickets, this is looking like a draw at the moment, but you never know.
Yeah, the bowlers have got a lot of overs in their legs as well. All up around the 15 over mark for the seamers, and it was over 195 for 2. But not only have they got those overs in their legs, but they've been tough overs. They've been banging it in, really putting their body through the paces, which is probably why we're seeing Rory Burns now to just take a little bit of an opportunity for the bowlers to have a bit of a rest before that new ball comes. Obviously have the tea interval. It really has been toil for the bowlers, hasn't it? The seamers in particular really have had to bend their backs today. Feels quite simple for the two Lancashire batters at the moment, just able to rotate the strike quite easily. See with that over. Lancashire 196 for 2. And it's tea.
Yeah, I think on the last day, because it's normally 32 overs left, they've still got 35 overs left, they still take it at 20 to 4. So tea time for Lancashire, who have fought back really well.
Yeah, it's a fantastic session for Lancashire there. Croft and Bohannon, the two men that have steadied the ship. Bohannon 85 off his 152 balls and Croft 34 off 150. It's been hard work for the Surrey bowlers, but Lancashire can comfortably come away from that session knowing that the hard work has been done. So this is as it stands at the minute. Wells and Jennings just the 2 wickets to fall, and Bohannon and Croft doing the hard work, both not out at the tea break. Total 196.
Yeah, tough work for Surrey, not easy on this flat track. It's been really good from them. They've kept disciplined lines, they've bowled well. Abbott none for 39 really was the pick. A wicket for Roach and a wicket for Clark.
So we'll have a quick 20-minute break and then begin the final session of this county championship fixture between Lancashire and Surrey.
It's lights out and away we go. Second tries one. Oh my goodness! It's been a scorching pace. LeBron stands alone. Is it? Oh, would you believe that?
Wow, what a shot that was.
And it is absolutely beautiful. Who else? It's always Ben Stokes. Yes! Double 12! It's got a feeling of deadline day. Little kick, little try. The Saints have done it. Celtic, they king of their great rivals. Down he goes, and the answers.
The perfect season.
Manchester City defying belief.
Oval Invincible women win the final.
She's got it. There might have been contact there as well. Max Verstappen wins the Bahrain Grand Prix. What a round of golf. Look at this. Steve Nibbler, you're on again. That is the most amazing Lemonade you will ever see. I can't speak. I can't speak.
That is Tim David.
Side 12 behind the rope. Good enough, Tom Harley. Good enough, Lancashire. That has gone a long way.
Boy, what a striker of a ball he is. Salt has held that one away.
Parkinson has his man. Oh yes, he's going to enjoy that. Oh, what a beauty.
Welcome back to the final session of the 4th day here at Emirates Old Trafford, where we can see the umpires heading out to start what will be the last 35 overs of the game. Lancashire batters just preparing themselves off the back of a fantastic lunchtime session. Josh Bohannon and Stephen Croft steadying the ship for Lancashire. Josh Bohannon, the pick of the Lancashire batters so far. He's currently 85 not out. Just the Wells and Jennings wickets to fall earlier this morning before the lunch break. It's been a hard day for the Surrey bowlers. Just the 2 wickets falling so far, they've really had to bend their backs. Just Kemar Roach and Jordan Clark picking up the 2 wickets. They need 8 more to complete this game, but it's been the Josh Bohannon show for the past couple of hours. Made his 16th half century for Lancashire. He's batted superbly, very patient. Have you been impressed with him, Dominic?
Yes, he's played really well. He's been aggressive when needed. 152 balls for his 85, 12 boundaries in the 85 so far. A good player. Obviously he's on the England radar, went to Sri Lanka with the Lions. And like you say, an important middle session, that lunchtime session where Lancashire were under a bit of pressure. 65 for 2, and then experience of Croft, 34 from 150 deliveries, and Josh Bohannon really has given Lancashire a good chance of coming out of this game with a draw. Like you say, 35 overs to go. New ball is due in 8 overs time, so sure Surrey will keep going and try and get as many wickets as they can, just to give themselves a little sniff of victory.
We'll see Cameron Steele continuing from the Brian Statham end. Seen a little bit more turn in the past couple of days here on what has been a very dry and placid pitch. It's been difficult for the bowlers to take those 10 wickets. Slightly greyer day here as well, which we're more accustomed to in Manchester. More of a breeze than the previous 2 days. And around the wicket from Cameron Steele to start with. He'll be challenging the batters with that rough that's been created from the bowlers at the James Anderson end. See if he can get some turn, create a few opportunities and a few wickets, and a field change immediately. The leg slip going in. Actually moved him to more of a 45 to stop that single.
Yeah, also left a big gap, hasn't he? From extra cover, nearly cover point, all the way to mid-off. There's no fielder. They've got a man out on point on the boundary, Sean Abbott. So trying to entice Croft to open the face and hit it through the offside.
He's really bowling that full length as well, isn't he? So it's going to be difficult to kind of manufacture the ball through that offside. Half an appeal there, but it's always the danger coming round the wicket, pitching the ball outside the leg stump. Leg slip might feel like they're in the game. See that crucial partnership there, 132 runs so far between these two. Real loose delivery from Cameron Steele. Ollie Pope doing a bit of tidy up work, but crucially it's that 303 balls that this partnership has really taken the sting out of the game. Scores 197 for 2 at the end of the over. Jordan Clark opening up from the James Anderson end. Bowled superbly this morning, I thought. He was the only bowler really to get any kind of movement out of the pitch. He was bowling his cutters, using his skills. You can see it's a bit more blustery out there now. There's 247 more runs for Lancashire to win. Seems very unlikely at this stage. But in the era of cricket and red ball cricket that we're in at the minute, you can never say never.
Yeah, very unlikely. I think the only likely winners will be Surrey, and that the hopes of them doing it at the moment are diminishing because they just can't get wickets. Remember that the points for draws have changed this year. It used to be 8 points for a draw. It's now dropped to 5 points for a draw plus your bonus points. Looks like that's what will happen.
Both captains have the opportunity with 16 overs left to shake hands as well, so if state of play hasn't changed too much in the next hour, then you might see that draw being conceded by both captains.
Well, yesterday that's why we were talking about it in commentary, about how important, when Rory Burns was thinking about the declaration yesterday, to give his side enough time to try and bowl Lancashire out second time.
Again, just seeing Jordan Clark managing to find something out of this pitch. Hands in the pockets as well. It's quite chilly out there today. Charles Dagnall suggested we might be getting up to 17 degrees.
Well, he's forgotten, hasn't he? He now lives down south, so it's a little bit warmer. He's forgotten about how cool it can get up in Lancashire, up the north of the country.
Protection out there on the leg side boundary. Take us out there then, Dominic. Tell us what it would feel like to be a bowler for Surrey. What are you thinking? What's the body feeling like?
Sore, that's what it would be. It'd be sore. First real game back, first season, or first game of the season. You've done all your prep work. On this sort of surface, it's so hard. You'll probably keep playing on this for a few days, and it won't change. You know, you need somebody like a Shane Warne or somebody with magic, pace. Wasim Akram, end of the over, 198 for 2. Yeah, that's what you need. But as a bowler, you know this. You've just got to try and run in, set a plan, create a bit of pressure if you can, and hope it comes off. They've tried everything. They've gone round, they've gone short, they've tried to reverse swing it, bowled spin into footholes. Nothing's happened.
Rory Burns had a go.
Yeah, he had a go. That didn't work. You've just got to try everything. So
it's a nice looking shot from Stephen Croft, but it's a slow outfield. That's probably to do with the amount of rain that we've had here in March. Just coming back for the 2. That is the 200 up for Lancashire. It's an interesting approach to kicking the ball away from Stephen Croft. He's going for the bum cheek approach.
See that ball again off this next one.
You've bowled a few times here, surely, haven't you, Corky?
Yeah.
Did you have a bit of success here?
Yeah, I spent 5 years here as a player. Seeing that unusual way of padding up the delivery.
End of the over, Lancashire 200 for 2. Just like that, we might have a little bit of footage from this. 1995 against the West Indies.
My goodness, where have you got this from? This is archive. Richie Richardson, he's unlucky. Off his pad onto his inside edge, bowled.
Big celebration.
Oh, ridiculous. Look at the run up, where you going? Junior Murray still thinks he's hit it. He's still got his bat in the air. He still is. You ought to see how long it takes him to walk off as well. He only came in because Carl Hooper couldn't. And this is that hat-trick ball, reverse swing. We've been talking about reverse swing. Cyril Mitchley, what an umpire. It was a great day, and remember that the pitch was the other way around then, so yeah, it was a great day. It was the first over of the morning, and remember Michael Atherton as captain just saying, come on, someone, we need to do something. Lara and Richardson, we needed to get a wicket, and the first wicket was a look.
I really like the celebrations. A lot of energy in those.
Well, yeah, I don't actually know where that angled run-up came from, because literally I used to run up quite straight, and then it went angled, more angled, and then celebration. You just don't think that's going to happen. So surreal in a way, because you just think, how's that just happened?
I bet you didn't imagine that nearly 20 years later we'd be watching it again on Sky
No,
Sports, did you?
Neither did I, no. Absolutely not. Great day. Drew the game as well, more importantly. West Indies were in a real good position and had to work.
I like the zinc on just the bottom lip as well. It's
I'm
a few choices made that morning.
Kate, I'm worried about that hairstyle. What is that? That's like Dynasty and Dallas. Someone look at that.
Is that your natural colour?
Oh, I used to be blonde. It's gone a bit now.
Good shot. Josh Bohannon continuing his good form after the tea break. Just pick up 3.
Our producer's been desperate to show my hairstyle on here. He's got other things I know he's got of the same game. Something happened with the bat as well. He's just desperate to just put it on. No, it was a good match. That was a real good 5 hard days of Test cricket, where it was quite a flat pitch, and as a side we had to work really hard to actually save the game.
Oh, Surrey needs something like that now. Score 203 for 2. Just 4 overs away from that new ball now. Speaking of hairstyles, we've got someone else in this commentary box that had a good few hairstyles back in his day.
Both of them. Don't just look at Charles. Paul Ellett had a bit of a mullet as well.
Are we seeing this for even? Yeah, Oh wow, I think that's missed absolutely everything. Spin out of the rough, gone past wicket-keeper and first slip.
Given a wide as well, because of how wide Hit pitched. Rule and law has changed. Just remember somebody like a Shane Warner, he would bowl that angle and spin it round your legs.
Saw Matt Parkinson take a similar dismissal yesterday.
Yeah.
And Ryan Patel, the left-hander, he got that ball to spin right out of that rough. Steele just changes his angle and comes back over the wicket now. Ollie Pope moves out of that 45 position and back into the covers. Also seeing deep square coming in off the boundary and into more central area. They're looking a bit cold out there now, the Surrey fielders, aren't they? That ball's just hit Ollie Pope's hands. Protection out there on the offside boundary. Josh Bohannon moving to 90 now. He's batted absolutely superbly today. A loose shot to get himself out in that first innings, just driving Cameron Steele to Sean Abbott at cover. Good stop. Jordan Clark. Are we definitely seeing them back?
Yep. So I think this is the last ball now. Queue up the court in
Googly. End of the 77th. Bit more cork here, so talk me through what happened here, please.
Good shot, wasn't it?
Look at shot.
Look at Ian Bishop. Go on, Bish. Courtney Walsh, we ran 4, pulled it back in. What you don't see is my foot slightly slipping, and just watch the bail, Kate. Watch the bail. Oopsie.
Oops.
I generally didn't know. Ian Bishop to the day does not want to speak to me about this because he think I generally knew I hit that. Actually, I knew I'd hit the bail or kicked the stumps. I genuinely didn't know. Bowling with his hat on. And literally, I got back to the other end. What you don't see on that is Junior Murray came up and appealed, and I thought, well, what's he appealing for? I didn't know, so I just dropped the bail, put it back on, carried on. And until it came on, we had a little replay screen, not as big as they are now, a little replay screen, and it showed me doing that. And Dickie Bird had said, not out, put the bail back on.
How many did you go on to make that day?
56.
How many were you on when you stood on your own stumps?
Don't know. Can't remember. Somebody will know. Benedict will be listening.
Good running. Scamper back for the second. Josh Bohannon up to 92 now. Jordan Clark started the over in his hat and has taken it off since. Not too sure what that was about.
Absolutely. Just take your hat off.
Firmly struck, but can protection out on the offside. He's almost reverted to white ball cricket here, Jordan Clark, hasn't he? Using cutters and slower balls, Yorkers, trying to find a wicket here, trying to do anything he can to create an opportunity for his team to open up the Lancashire batting order and Try and take a couple of quick wickets and give themselves a chance of winning this game. It's been a real hard slog for 4 days for the bowlers. Solid. End of the over, 213 for 2. He looks like he's going to do a hamstring if he bowls. Not too far away from that new ball now. That'll be Surrey's possibly final chance of winning this game, or looking to break the game open and find some wickets. Great shot. No one out there. He moves to 97, Josh Bohannon.
Yeah, just over pitched again. Gets it on the full, Bohannon, and there's no fielder out on the sweep. Played so well for his 97.
It's a great angle that for any young batters out there to show when you play the sweep shot. Got to get that head over the front foot, so you're in control of where you play the ball. That also brings up the 150 partnership between Bohannon and Croft. It's got through. Now what am I going to say? Moves him on to 99.
And there it is. Step up to the plate.
Well, don't keep saying it. Stop it! No, stop it. Come on. Oh. Wow. Bit of bounce from the pitch. Neil Mallinder's got his hands on his hips. Ball to finish. Lancashire 220 for 2. One over away from the new ball now, Surrey. None of the seamers look that warm to be prepared to take the new ball, though.
No, I'm watching Kemar Roach, and he's having a chat, I think, with Rory Burns to maybe consider, come on, one last big effort. Sean Abbott, who is out on the boundary with his hands in his pockets as well. There is a new bowler, and someone we've not seen in the game so far.
Can we see the new bowler, please?
Ollie Pope coming on to have a little go. And there he goes, Kemar Roach, getting the arms moving, getting the shoulders loose. It's hard work when you've got 3 jumpers on, though. I wasn't sure what to expect from Ollie Pope, but we've seen a bit of leg spin, I think we can call it.
Is it better than Sibley? The answer is no.
Probably deserved more than one. And that's going to be a wide. Struggling to find his line and length here, Ollie Pope. He's had 3 days in the field, stiffening up. Another dot ball.
Well, I don't think he'll have an easier chance to get to 100. It's just whether he just loses concentration.
And it's through. Bohannon goes to his 7th first class 100. He's batted superbly today. And congratulations from his teammate Stephen Croft. Smiles on his faces. And rightly applauded by his teammates. Dropped on 6 earlier today from Ollie Pope himself, actually. It's been a fabulous innings, hasn't it?
Yeah, 14 fours in that 100, 173 deliveries. It's well played. Really well played. He's a good player, Josh Bohannon. It's a really good 100.
Another boundary to add to the count. The Ollie Pope plan hasn't quite worked. Josh Bohannon now moves to 107. Scores 230 for 2. Quite round arm in his action, Ollie Pope. Probably do with just getting a bit more up and over. And Josh Bohannon's up to the task to put that away. New ball is available. Apologies, the score's 226 for 2. Apologies, no it's not, it's 230 for 2. What is happening here? It's going down.
Take the ticker off. It's going backwards. Score.
Take the graphic off.
And a few issues with the scoreboard there. Makes me look good.
It was going backwards, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, this is the last real hope. I don't think Surrey have got a chance from here, but you've got to give it a go. 27 overs left. You never know, a little dream spell from Roach or Worrell, Abbott, give yourself an opportunity. Looks stiff.
Bit of movement straight away though. That angle on the crease that we're so used to seeing from Kemar Roach, just constantly pushing the ball into the right-hander's off stump.
Just been good concentration from both of them, hasn't it? Croft were 177 balls for his 43. He's an experienced cricketer. He's been at Lancashire throughout his career. Knows his game. Bohannon, good 100. As you said, his 7th first-class century. And in some ways, having lost the 2 quick wickets, and the pressure was on these two, and they've come out and done really well. And the boundary there. So credit to this. They've not had a lot of match practice going into this game, and they'll only have 3 days to get ready for their next championship game. So it's been a really good partnership.
Yeah, it really has. It was spoken about in the post-match interviews by Captain Keaton Jennings, how they've got the opportunity to come out and fight, make sure this game ends in a draw.
And you take confidence from this, because even though, you know, Lancashire would have been disappointed they couldn't match 4-4-2 that Surrey set in that first innings, this takes confidence going into that second game. Overs under the belt for the bowlers. For the batters, bit of time in the middle, good pitch.
Yeah, a few of the warm-up games were actually cancelled due to weather for Lancashire earlier on this month. Oh, beauty. Just that angle in from Roach and then takes the ball away from the bat of Croft, challenging that outside edge.
Well, it's the angle he creates as well, doesn't he? Because he's so wide of the crease, Kemar Roach, that the ball looks like it's coming in and then he's able just to hit the seam or a little bit of swing, so he makes you play all the time. He's a good professional, good overseas professional bowler. Maybe not the pace he used to be, but really accurate.
It's not carried. Good piece of work though from Ollie Pope. Tired, not tired from the over he's just bowled. Still alert in the field. Another good piece of bowling, catches the outside edge of Stephen Croft.
It's a brilliant stop, isn't it? So good from Pope.
It's hard work being a bowler and getting yourself down and around on the ground, setting the standards in the field.
It's great being at slip though when you're a bowler. You can just rest. You haven't got to chase any deliveries. You've got to catch him, of course.
That's the end of the over. Lancashire 234 for 2. After the break, we're joined by Keaton Jennings, who will be with Charles Dagnall.
Daniel Worrell it will be to share the new ball with Kemar Roach. Just the one slip. Ollie Pope, a fairly traditional field. Deep cover in place. Josh Bohannon, who's got to 3 figures. Stephen Croft on the precipice of a half century. It's been a dogged effort by these two. They play very, very well. And this is really the last throw of the dice for Surrey. Try and get anything out of the game. Here's Worrell. Rare slip from Folks, just bouncing before him. No damage done. I'm pleased to say Lancashire captain has come into the box. We've given him the comedy chair as well. He leant back on it and almost went through it. But Keaton, thanks so much for your time. You're feeling, I'm sure, a little bit more relaxed now. The game situation is how it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me, Daggers. Yeah, it was a little bit tetchy a little bit early on, but yeah, a lot more relaxed, especially now the way these two have played. It's been beautiful to watch. Yeah, hopefully we continue for the next little bit, and hopefully pick up 5 points in 25 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, start of the day, I mean, I'm sure supporters, and it was mentioned in passing here, 400 with the way that England go about chasing things down now. But, I mean, history tells you that that kind of figure is most unlikely. How did you approach the day?
To be fair, we try to read the situation as we had 440 to chase. If we blew ourselves out of the game early this morning, we had no hope of chasing it. So we kind of went about it to try and get 3.5, 4 and over for majority of the day, and then give ourselves a chance after tea. Unfortunately, they bowled really well. They shut us down. I thought the guys have played beautifully, and they've bowled really well. So they didn't allow us the scoring rate we would have liked to potentially have a pop at it. I think 200 off the last session, this sort of score now would have given us an opportunity to have a crack. Fortunately, that's not the way it's panned out. And also, you're playing for different things in the county championship as opposed to Test cricket. So we do need the points. You're playing for points as opposed to an isolated test. So look, the boys have played beautifully.
A little bit of away movement from Worrell. I mean, you would have been disappointed, no doubt. Obviously, coming to the new season full of optimism. I think the dismissals in the first innings, obviously you've remedied that in the second, but, you know, just a little bit undercooked. Is that what it felt like? Because obviously weather hasn't been really conducive to a great deal of outdoor practice.
Yeah, potentially a little bit undercooked. we had a brilliant pre-season tour to Dubai. We had some great time outside, but nothing quite hits you like that first day in the field. It was Baltic. I think I scraped ice off my car that first morning, so it was really cold. And then, I mean, the boys put in a serious shift. And then again with the bat, it's the first time we're batting outside. We had pre-season games lined up, which obviously we couldn't play because of the weather. So to get out there was it was interesting. Obviously, guys are still finding their feet, but obviously it's really good to watch the guys go about their business the way they have done today. And hopefully that leaves young Boschendel, although it's his birthday today, so he's turning 37. And the youngster Stephen Croft have gone about their business beautifully.
Still going, very fine player for a long period of time. Worrell's bowled a couple of beauties there. And this over, he's guided down towards third man for a single.
It's always interesting, yeah. As soon as you take the second new ball, because you generally don't have the heavy roll on the surface, you get a little bit more jump, a little more bounce. So obviously we've seen the ball sort of jump through to the keeper now, and as that hardness goes away and goes out of the ball, that obviously doesn't happen. You just tighten up your lines, you try to get a little bit straighter, which they've done beautifully, and they made it really hard work for the boys to score today.
Yeah, it was a really good period of play when you and Luke Wells were out there. Period with Jordan Clark and Kemar Roach, and similar with Roach and Abbott in the afternoon session. We had to really be resolute against the discipline, field settings, sort of fairly adventurous types of field, ones that are not traditional.
Yeah, massively. I mean, you got 3 high quality seamers and Clarkey with 4 high quality seamers with Clarkey. So you got 3 guys with a fair few test matches in. Roach, he's renowned as one of the best bowlers to left-handers in the world, so I mean they've gone about their business beautifully. In the same way I thought especially second innings, we've combated them really well. Like you said, unfortunately you put yourself under the pump a little bit the way we played, not the way we played, but the errors we made in the first innings. Had that not happened, not that it hasn't been a good game, but it would have been a tougher fought contest, so we would have allowed ourselves potentially an opportunity to have a crack at a final run chase.
That's very nice. And Kemar Roach, very disciplined 4th, 5th stump line, always asking questions. What about you then? Has a new role for you here as captain? I mean, obviously you would have been hugely excited to take up the role, but you know, what sort of captain will you make? You're a very relaxed kind of character. Is that how you approach your captaincy? Yeah,
generally I think fairly empathetic. I want guys to enjoy their cricket, enjoy coming into what is essentially a workspace. And you know, let's have some fun. Let's try and win some stuff. So look, I think generally I wouldn't change as a bloke. I'm generally fairly relaxed. And yeah, like I say, let's have some fun, because I think we are playing at one of the best grounds in the world, in my opinion.
It is that kind of relaxed nature. Yeah, let's win some stuff. I mean, it's a pretty steady outlook to have.
Yeah, there's a slight little more professionalism that goes into that, but yeah, definitely. It's I mean, we've got some high quality cricketers and some high quality people, so I think it would be a shame not to enjoy the time we spend together. And see guys grow. I mean, you got a young Josh Bohannon scoring some really good runs against a really good attack. That can only do him good in his sort of career aspects as well.
Is it difficult though? You know, all the time. You know, of course, you within a team environment, but you're focused on yourself. You're now doing that, but also having to look after 10 others in the dressing room and a squad of 20 or so throughout the staff who you might need to call on over the course of a season. Is that a different outlook that you have to come to terms with?
It is a different outlook that you have to come to terms with, but I think it's an outlook that for myself I think benefits me at times. I'm a perfectionist at heart, so looking at myself all the time, that can, I suppose, get yourself wrapped up in your own little vicious circle. So to not worry about Boshi, but to have a look at everybody else and make sure guys are happy and they're in a good space and they feel settled within the environment.
I mean, does that, do you think, help or hinder? Because we have seen, you know, many times there's a burden of captaincy and it can play tricks on your own form and things like that. And I'm not saying that's going to happen, but does it enter the mind?
I suppose it does enter the mind, but I think for me it definitely helps. It takes, like I say, the focus away from myself. It puts my focus on the other guys, and actually naturally then I allow my game to flow. I think I've always enjoyed being in positions of leadership. I don't think you necessarily need a title of captain in order to be a leader, which is one thing we're very lucky with in our environment. We've got some really good leaders and some good people. But no, I think it definitely does help. But it does also help having some good people in the change room that you can rely on, you can lean on, and actually they lead their own space as well. So you're not trying to nag guys along. You're trying to almost make the environment better and try and grow.
Managing both Bohannon and Croft to nullify any movement from this new ball. That's a good area from Dan Worrell.
There's just that little bit of extra kick that I spoke about. So generally speaking, the top of the surface gets a little bit dry, and when it hasn't had that roll on, you get that little bit of extra kick with a new ball. So generally speaking, trying to strike early with that new ball here at Emirates Old Trafford is kind of your key.
And so obviously from county matters to international, because you were involved in the winter going to Pakistan with the England side. But first off, what was that environment like, given the change in nature with under Stokes and McCullum?
Yeah, very interesting, very relaxed, very enjoyable environment to be a part of, encouraged to kind of push the game forward, be positive, obviously, which is kind of the whole narrative around it. But no, look, I really enjoyed it. Pakistan as a whole was an interesting experience as well, just the level of security in and around the environment, the way the guys went about it was beautiful. So to be a part of what was a very historic test series, although I didn't play, it was really special.
Was it your first time there?
It was my first time in Pakistan, yeah.
And what did you make of it?
To be honest, we didn't get a chance to leave the hotel, so it was between hotel and cricket ground, which in itself was an experience because...
But the welcome was hugely warm. I noticed that, so many players were saying that.
Oh, massively, yeah. I mean, the people were absolutely fantastic. They welcomed you with open arms. They couldn't do enough for you when you arrived at the hotel. But again, you couldn't leave to go and experience more of what Pakistan had to offer, the culture.
Bolden, sorry to interrupt, but that is just jagged back from Daniel Worrell. Josh Bohannon looking to leave, and a very fine innings comes to a close after a good piece of bowling from the Surrey strike bowler. That really has jagged as well. You can understand why he was just leaving that alone, but his stay is over. He leaves with 108 to his name and Lancashire 238 for 3.
It's a shame really, Bosch has played beautifully there. Would have been lovely to see him walk off not out in what hopefully will be, touch wood, 15-20 minutes time.
Glenn Chappell, one of those applauding him on his way back in. Side on angle, he just looked with, as you would expect, a little surprised it did as much as it did. So out comes Dane Villas to join Stephen Croft, some real experience out in the dish. Would have had his pads on for quite some time. Not minding actually as well, watching Bohannon and Croft.
Not at all. I don't think anybody's minded watching that partnership that's had a red rose in their chest today. But yeah, no, look, Dane's a very experienced head, played a lot of cricket, so it's probably two blokes who really want at the crease at this point in time to make sure you get through what could be a tricky 20 minutes.
Well, just continuing on that topic of England, of course, I have no doubts, desperate to return and get into that the playing 11 for England and back into the squad. That's a given. We've been talking over the course of these 4 days about the nature of county cricket, though, and because England are playing in the manner that they are, do you think the county game might look at that and try and replicate it in any way, or especially players who might want to be involved or are close to England selection, sort of go a little bit harder with the bat or anything like that? Do you think that's a possibility?
I think it's definitely a possibility. I think even those discussions have happened in our change room, and even today we still had a discussion at tea whether we actually want to go for the target or not, and that's needing 250 in 35 overs. So the discussions will start. People will start playing more positively. It's a really good ball.
Absolute beauty first up.
But at the end of the day, your currency as a batter is runs, and guys that aren't contracted to the ECB, you still need to score runs in order to keep your place down at a county and perform, essentially. So if you want to play positive, that's awesome, but you have to score runs, because that's essentially what you're going to get judged on. So it'll be interesting to see the way guys go about it, and when they do it as well. But the conversations have definitely happened, and I'm pretty sure they've happened around 17 other counties as well.
This is a superb spell with the second new ball from Daniel Worrell. Another player miss brings to a close an excellent over, 238 for 3. Yeah, it is going to be fascinating to see how the dynamic does change, if it changes, and it may well do. But maybe the counties, rather than if being set 300 or 320 on the final day, and usually if you lose a couple of wickets early, things start to shut up shop. You can understand it when you're chasing 450.
Absolutely.
Look, absolutely, when a couple of wickets go. But that sort of tantalising total that, not too long back would have meant closing all of the doors, as that's flayed away just for a single by Stephen Croft, who moves to 49. If actually one or two might start having to think about chasing it down.
Absolutely, I think they should do. I think one thing Baz and Stokes have done beautifully is create an environment that guys start believing that they can win from any position, which is fantastic. I think the landscape of what you play for within Test cricket is very different to what you play for in a county season. Obviously it's slightly longer, you have more games, different opposition. You're not necessarily just playing against one opposition to beat them, you're playing against the scoring table, so you need points in order to move up that table, and sometimes, I know it's only 5 points, but actually that may win you a championship, that draw that you dig yourself out of, much like us this week. If you do manage to get the draw, you get an extra 5 points and you bump yourself up. So look, it'll be very interesting to see how sides go about it, and it can only be good for the game that sides start trying to play in that positive nature, then they want to win games rather than bailing out and just creating the draw situation.
Yeah, it's lovely the buzz that has been talked about though with the red ball game now, in the manner that Stokes and McCullum have taken over this England side. Well, next week you're at Essex.
We are indeed.
You'll have
fond memories.
You'll have fond memories, of course, but you'll have James Anderson back. How far away is Saqib? He can't be far away.
No, he's not too far away.
Yeah.
Again, just sort of workloads, making sure we build him up nice. He had a fairly heavy injury last year, a back fracture, so making sure we do right by him without pushing him. And I mean, you never want to break a play, you never want to see players injured, so you don't want to push guys too early. But yeah, we got a young lad in Jimmy Anderson, hopefully fit and ready to go.
Hammered away by Croft, and it brings him a half century. Doing the job that his captain, no doubt, was begging him to do when he came to the crease alongside Josh Bohannon, both of them without a score to their name. But he has negotiated this afternoon session very, very well indeed. 53 not out from 187 balls.
He's done beautifully, young Stephen Croft. He can keep going for another 10 or 15 minutes and enjoy a beer in half an hour or so, no doubt.
Yeah, getting the hands ready to shake. And what that does to younger players as well, just briefly before we let you go, having Anderson back into the county lineup, I mean, fabulous to captain him.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, as a young lad, I watched Jimmy Anderson thinking that this guy is fantastic, and now suddenly you have to captain him. I suppose that dynamic is...
No, you can't have another slip.
No, Jimmy Anderson, you have so many test wickets, but no, I'm not giving you another slip. Or no, you won't have one more over. But no, look, I mean, Jimmy's a fantastic player. No doubt, there's no doubt about that, but he's a great bloke, and a place in Lancashire that he holds really high up in his sort of life. He loves playing for the side, so look, for him to be in and around the environment, he enjoys it, and the guys love having him around, which is awesome.
Absolutely. Time for him to get a little bit of rhythm as well ahead
Absolutely.
of a very busy summer. Look,
100%.
It's been great talking to you. Thank you so much for your time.
Cheers, Dave.
Good luck with Lancashire. Good luck if your name gets called for international colours as well, and we'll be seeing plenty of you during the summer.
Cheers, Dave. Thank you, mate. Go on.
Always a pleasure. Speaking to Keaton Jennings. Hey, always good to chat. A very affable bloke. As one captain of Lancashire goes. A former captain of a Manchester-based team, Lancashire-based team, comes in. Are you captain this year, by the way? The Rachel Hayhoe-Flint trophy?
No, that's Ellie Threlkeld.
Oh, is Ellie taking it up now?
Yeah, it'll be her second year of it. She's good.
That's right, yes.
She's done really well, actually. Very impressive leader.
Kate Cross alongside me, of course. And another good delivery. This little spell from Daniel Worrell caused a bit of consternation.
I wonder, there's the opportunity to shake hands at 5 o'clock. I wonder if this little spell is just going to keep Surrey interested for another 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, it might do. If he manages to prize out Stephen Croft, there might be one or two murmurs around the away side. Find that little bit of extra energy. The lights have come on here at Old Trafford. Wide of the crease, this time from Worrell. It's been there a while, so not going to get undone.
I found what Keaton was just saying really interesting there about batters' currency as runs, and how obviously the team here are trying to get the points for the county championship race and for that table, but just talked a little bit earlier about selection for the test team and how Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum will go about it, but fascinating to hear him talk about the currency that batters deal in, and it is runs.
And the fact that it's actually been talked about. I found, you could go into a county season in a very traditional manner, but he said that they've talked about it, how they're going to potentially, approach a run chase, or maybe start a first innings off, or however it might transpire. But actually, the 17 other counties will have had that very same discussion.
It has to be, doesn't it, really? You can't have your national team playing the way they are and then it's not following suit or even being spoken about in those situations at county level.
Edge just falling short. Villas this time, and Worrell can feel a little aggrieved. There's been a very good burst from him, just because of the lack of pace, just not going through.
Yeah, just pushed that from Dane Villas and half a yard in front of Ollie Pope. He's had a tough time in the last hour or so in the slips. Made a great stop earlier, but Surrey just slightly more interested in the fact that Dane Villas has come in and not looked comfortable against Dan Worrell.
Very fine over from Worrell. 246 for 3. I don't think he needs to worry too much. Give it a week, 2 weeks. Those will be carrying through to slip. Just to keep you across what's going on the final day of games. Yesterday, Hampshire in Division 1 overcame Nottinghamshire by 8 wickets. Kent are on the precipice of their first victory of the season. They require 2 runs to win against Northamptonshire. 224 for 3 they are in their second innings. Ben Compton, 113 not out. Jack Leaning with 65. So just 2 runs for Kent to pick up their first victory. Likelihood a draw here at Old Trafford. Essex earlier on beat Middlesex by 97 runs. and it looks as though things are heading towards a draw at Taunton as Somerset 154 for 6 in their second innings. They lead Warwickshire by 46 runs. Maybe going to Canterbury in just a moment. A single taken. And here we go, 1 run to win. Jack Leaning facing Rob Keogh. Almost. We couldn't see the fielder at short mid-on there. Ben Compton, 114 from 197 balls. Quick single taken. And Kent, albeit with a swiftly taken single, pick up the first victory of the season against Northamptonshire. Congratulations to them. 7 wickets, the margin of victory. And so into Division 2, Worcestershire. Congratulations to Alan Richardson, new head coach of Worcestershire. He and his side have picked up an 8-wicket win over Derbyshire. 193 for 2 in their second innings. Jake Louis with 100. Glamorgan 86 for 3, require another 244 runs to win against Gloucestershire. That heading for a draw seemingly. Sussex beat Durham by 2 wickets. We saw that earlier. I'm not quite sure what's going on at Yorkshire. Leicestershire trail by 118 runs. They are 270 for 4. I think that could be game on. Peter Hanscom and Vian Mulder at the crease. Rishi Patel 125 and Colin Ackerman 72. Could there be a surprise on the cards up at Headingley? There's still, if we sort of equate it to where we are now here, 20 overs left in the day here at Old Trafford, and if it's similar up at Yorkshire, then going at 6s with Hanscom and Mulder at the crease, head coach Paul Nixon might fancy themselves.
Yeah, there is only 20 overs remaining and the current run rate 4s. Yeah, I think Leicester might fancy the chances there. I certainly might give it a good go.
And of the over, 247 for 3. That will be a turn up for the books, and that will go down well here.
I thought that was another interesting point that Keita made actually about when you're playing international test cricket for England, you win or lose that game and you get, you know, the point for the series. Whereas here, you know, if England are 150 all out trying to chase a score, then they win or they lose. But if that happens to Lancashire, then they miss out on bonus points. So it's actually a really interesting point that I've not thought of from that point of view.
Do you know what? I haven't either. It's easy to forget, isn't it? What goes into it.
And I think that's obviously something that you need to think about tactically from a captain's point of view. The balance of those bonus points versus what you would get if you got the win and got the points for the win.
Yeah, what we might start seeing a little bit more is aggression in second innings from, or I'd say second innings, but the third and fourth innings of games from whoever playing. Right, Burns is back and he's gone full hair down.
I think this might just go to show where Surrey are with the thought process, and that looks like that is going to be that. Rory Burns is shaking the hands of Dane Villas.
Well, it was just one ball that Burns bowled to tell him that was enough. And it is indeed. It's been a very, very good effort from both sides, actually. Surrey with the ball in the first 2 sessions were aggressive, they were disciplined. Lancashire had to play really well to make sure that they didn't give things away in their second innings, and they did just that. A good discipline with the bat, 100 from Josh Bohannon, and Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells last night and this morning, keeping Surrey out for 20 overs before they both lost their wicket. But Bohannon and Croft have helped Lancashire to a draw. two very well fancied sides in the Division 1 of the County Championship. And they faced off at the back end of last season. Surrey were county champions, Lancashire were second. Something tells me that those two are going to be relatively close at the business end of this season. Match drawn here at Old Trafford.
Yeah, and as it stands at the moment after the first round of games, Essex and Hampshire up at the top there. You can see that Warwickshire and Somerset are still in play. But yeah, I think there'll be a lot of moving there in the next couple of weeks as the games come thick and fast. But 20 points for Essex. It was a fantastic win at Lords for them, beating Middlesex. A really hard-fought game here at Emirates Old Trafford. Felt a lot of the time it was Surrey's game. Really hard fought from Lancashire to bring themselves back to earn that draw today.
Yeah, absolutely. Handshakes all round. It's been a thoroughly enjoyable start to the 2023 county cricket season here at Old Trafford. And we look forward to much more of it over the course of the summer. So much more to look forward to on Sky Sports as well. Thank you, everybody, for your company over the last 4 days. Thanks to Dominic Cork and Paul Lallett and yourself, Kate Cross. And we look forward to your company next time on Sky Sports Cricket. From all of us, it's goodbye for now.
Thank you.